Okay. Whew. Show started. Let's go.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. I am your host, Pep. It's nice to see you guys, and also, if you are new here, welcome. How is everybody doing? I went a little bit late last night, so I just got out of the shower, so it's kind of dry in here. Yeah, it's one of my favorite lines in that, I have to say. Kirk really outdid himself with putting that intro together. Again, shout out Kirk. Actually, to be honest, you're exhausted. I am too. I did not sleep worth a shit last night. You've got a date tonight. Oh, yay. All right. Good vibes. Good vibes. All right. I hope it goes well. Is it the Taco Bell girl? Yeah, best of luck. Hey, Bloodstone, welcome. And yes, I already fired up. Actually, I didn't even really have to move for that one. I just was like, you know what, I'll start the show. Click. And then spark. How is everybody doing? Oh, sorry. My bad. That's awesome though. Anna, I am so excited. I am so excited for you. Like, this is, I hope it goes well. I think it will. That's kind of crazy. I do always like the ones where it's just like, I saw this person and they were like, we had vibes for a long time before it was finally like, Oh, geez. Breaking news, guys. Ghislaine Maxwell seeks relief from the U.S. Supreme Court. Whoa. Okay, I'm glad that my little news chyron popped up here. Guys, holy shit. I don't usually do this, but ground news is ground newsin'. You know what? I am very happy to have this right now, because here, even as uproar over the files relating to Jeffrey Epstein engulfs President Trump in Congress, the U.S. Supreme Court is due to wade into the controversy and decide whether to hear a bid by an associate of the late financier and convicted S-offender to overturn her criminal conviction. What? Here, we'll go to Reuters. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna put this up. And then we're going to transport over to Reuters. Adobe Express. Even as an uproar over files relating to... Okay, here we go. Even as an uproar over files relating to Jeffrey Epstein engulfs President Donald Trump, the U.S. Supreme Court is due to wade into the controversy and decide whether to hear a bid by an associate of the late financier... Okay, Ghislaine Maxwell. The justices, now on their summer recess, are expected in late September to consider whether to take up the appeal by the British socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, currently serving up to 20 years in prison after being found guilty in 2021 by a jury in New York of helping Epstein abuse teenage girls. Maxwell's lawyers have told the Supreme Court that her conviction was invalid because of a non-prosecution and plea agreement that the federal prosecutors had made with Epstein in Florida in 2007 also shielded his associates and should have barred her from criminal prosecution in New York. The lawyers have a Monday deadline for filing their final written brief in their appeal to the court. Some legal experts see merit in Maxwell's claims, noting that it touches on the unsettled matter of U.S. law that has divided some of the nation's regional federal appeals courts, known as circuit courts. Yeah, but I don't know, man. You gotta say, are you gonna? That's a spicy one to take up. You know. Well, oh God, that's AI? What the fuck, man? So models are just out of a job now, huh? Alright, so, Maxwell's lawyers have told the Supreme Court that her conviction was invalid, blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Michael Epner, a former federal prosecutor now in private practice, said there is a chance that the Supreme Court takes up the case and noted the disagreement among appeals courts, such as a split among circuit courts, can be a factor when the nation's top judicial body considers whether or not to hear a case. It's a question of whether a plea agreement from one of the U.S. Attorney's offices binds another federal prosecution, blah, 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 blah. Any disparity? Okay, mounting pressure. Come on, yeah, like, get to the opinion part. Trump and his administration have been facing mounting pressure from his supporters to release additional information about the Justice Department investigation. Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche, former personal lawyer to Trump, met with Maxwell in Florida. Had a very productive day. Cool. I don't know, guys. So they're hedging their bets on that Ghislaine. There's nothing else here. It just goes into the Epstein deal, which we know what the Epstein deal was. But yeah, that just broke. I finally found a replacement insurance to switch to before Medicaid gets cut. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Yeah, Anna. I will just say good luck on your date again. Doing a California 2 p.m. today. Yeah, I had to start late because I ran into that same issue I had yesterday where for some reason my stream would not let me multi-stream. So, I think, so what happens is when I update my computer and don't update Streamlabs right away, it'll run into that issue. So, yeah, it was as simple as just realizing, oh, I have to restart this. All right, so my log is saying, Let's see. How many frame rates have I dropped since I started stream? Oh. None. And why do I even have this note? Oh. This is from when I started my first one. Hold on, guys. I gotta clear this. I just realized that's still up. So I gotta this. Oops. I hate resetting everything because it literally resets everything. And then it takes forever just to get back to where I should be. All right. Not sure how many of you guys were able to catch stream last night. I had a fun time with y'all. I really did. But I burnt the candle at both ends. Dare I say. Because, man, I was so tired when I went upstairs. But then for some reason, all of a sudden, I had that second wave hit me. And I was just like, damn it. And I could not sleep. I didn't get to sleep till about 6 a.m. So, if I'm a little bit slower today, that's, yeah. I'm not firing on all cylinders, so bear with me, guys. Angela, welcome. Good to see you. Glad that you could make it in. Yeah, you actually, I hate to say this, you already missed a news story. I don't usually do news right off the bat, specifically for this reason, where it's like I would like everybody to kind of just, you know, be able to file in and have some fun, but here we are. Ghislaine Maxwell, just got her, sent her case to the Supreme Court. Waiting on a next client who is a dude bro. I love the dude bros. Now, is he like a Hassan dude bro, or is he like a, you know, Nelk Boys dude bro? Freedom will come if we burn. Oh, that's a little extreme. But, I mean, but yeah, I do not condone that message on Pep Talks. Let's, yeah, no, just, yeah. Fiery rhetoric will be, I mean, I'm taking that as a hypothetical, right? You mean hypothetical. He means hypothetically. Anyway, NM, how you doing? Making me have to play games already. Oh boy. I gotta be honest, guys. I was kind of talking about not even streaming today because I was so tired. So, as I said, let me get this coffee into my system, and then we will probably be on track to have a better show. You are working on your car. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just restart chat box. Sorry, guys. It's one of those things. Just has to happen. Also, as we're coming into the back end of the 2 weeks. No, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, but I gotta. Yeah. Gotta moderate, bud. 20 minutes in and it's almost 4:40. See, I'm now trained to look at my timer and go 19. Oh, well, I gotta fire up. Well, nah, not right now. I gotta wait. Yeah, you just can't say stuff like that. Not on the YouTubes. I know freedom of speech and all, but TOS and all. So, it's hot and muggy. I hate when I'm doing anything outside, like while it's hot and muggy. But yeah, working on a car. Ugh. Although you do kind of feel badass when you go inside. Not sure if it's like so hot where you got your AC on, where you're gonna get that like the breeze, like the instant breeze, which I love. It's one of my favorite like just parts of life. The little things like that. Clinton praised Epstein's childlike curiosity and 50th birthday note. Okay. Lock up Bill Clinton too, guys. This is, if they're trying to use this as the, see, we can't go after him because, you know, Bubba. It's like, what is this? Not really cool, kind of. Oh, wait, here, I gotta turn multi-stream on. I'm sorry, guys. It was a fun month of trying to find out that covered what I needed so I don't die when they do cut it. It's always fun. Well, Meta, I'm really glad that you did get that figured out. Way to go, mods. Though even popped up for me on YouTube. It didn't even pop up for you on YouTube. Good. Yeah, no. Thank you, mods. You guys make my gig a lot easier here. Here, let's go into multi-stream. Sorry, it's gonna clear everything that just popped up. So, plus I moved my dad living with me. He keeps moving my tools. Ah, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, I had a roommate for a little bit that, yeah, he would do that. For some reason, like, I had like a little art table, and we both, like, we drew, and it was like a mutual thing. We shared each other's stuff, but I always made it a point to put the stuff back where I got it. Not so much reciprocated. So, you know, it was a minor annoyance. I'm not trying to make it like it was just like, my friend didn't respect me. Oh, also, real quick, just want to say for anybody that was part of the conversation yesterday at the beginning of the show, I really appreciate your guys' advice. And yeah, that coffee looks like mud level of potency. Yes, I have a lot of caffeine in this. I need it. I'm not sure if you heard, but I didn't, like, literally get to sleep until probably 6:30, and then it just, yeah, I woke up feeling like just complete shit. Oh, it's strong. It's strong. It's a really good dark roast. Actually, which one is this? I forgot. Here. Usually mark my coffees in my grocery list so I could get the same one. Oh, this one was the Starbucks one. Starbucks dark blend. That's all it says. I'm guessing Sumatran. I'm not the coffee expert exactly, but I do know that I love me some caffeine, and I definitely am relying on this to even survive this stream. So, also, guys, you know the deal. As you file in here, hit that like button. Don't like telling you what to do, but it is very helpful. So. And you know me, I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Oh, man. Oh, I watched the South Park episode right before I got on stream, though. Gotta say, want to give my 2 cents about this. It was hilarious. They're, number one, I never hated South Park. A lot of people were just like, South Park fell off. I'm like, I didn't see it. I've always, again, loved me some Randy Marsh. But yeah, it was hilarious. the AI ad, I gotta say, guys, holy shit. And when they put 1 of 50, they're literally like taunting him, and I love it. I love every second of this. PC principal. Jesus Christ. Dude, there's so much in the episode where I was just like, this is, I haven't laughed that hard in a while. So that was nice. I kind of wish I could have just, you know, fired it up on Twitch. I keep forgetting that I can watch this stuff with you guys over on Discord, though. So I might start doing that a little bit, where I do some watch-alongs in the Discord until I get my Patreon up and running. They're trying to use up the positive PSAs that Skydance agreed to give Trump in exchange for the merger going through. Oh my god, dude. I have to say, it's epic. I'm not sure who. I think it was Emma said it today. But it's cool to hate on Trump, and it's actually like now the Utes are coming out and they're turning on Trump. Let's also not mix up what my hoodie is. This is not a MAGA hoodie at all. This is Muhammad Ali. There's a reason that I really don't wear this often, but to be completely real with y'all, I just did my sweater laundry, so kind of went to the bottom of the pile. It sucks. Like they took this shade of red and just kind of made it like theirs, and I'm like, I hate that. Hate it. So, what was I talking about? See, I'm already getting to that point. God damn it. Oh yeah. Stuff. Oh, Colbert and South Park. Oh, guys, you know what? I never did the thing. I never did it. Oh, shit. You could also say it's Socialist Red. Oh, it is. Okay, it's Socialist Red. Thank you, comrade. Take it back. We're taking it back. Actually, there we go. Peace of mind has been obtained. But no, here. All right. I was not able to give my 2 cents. Damn, I look tired. I should be wearing these. Yeah. He needs his cup of coffee. Yeah. No cream, though. This guy over here doesn't require cream. No. His cream. No. We're not going to talk about that. That's a little bit of an uncomfortable subject for the macho man. Yeah. Didn't mean to make it awkward, but when I made it awkward with creamer, it's kind of there in the words. Yeah. I ruined my own fucking vibe. Jesus. Let him have his cup of coffee. Yeah. Espresso beans. Yeah. Doing its job. Yeah. Making me a little more energized. Meta, thank you for the cheered bits. Cheered bit. Look at this guy coming in here being cheeky. Yeah. Throwing in one bit. Thinking I'm not gonna find it. I saw it right as it entered the ring. Yeah. Now to get to Hulk Hogan. The ultimate. Listen, this guy was the ultimate jabroni. To quote Iron Sheik. Yeah. Jabroni. I could just do this one. Wait. Jabroni Hulk Hogan. I put him in camel clutch as he enter heaven. Make him humble. Sorry, it's not the best Iron Sheik. No, yeah. Could also be seen as being a little bit problematic. Some of the accents, yeah. Not as problematic as not doing a proper macho man, yeah. Coming in with the snapping of the Slim Jims, thinking that's just how it is. No. Macho man tells stories, gets you to listen. But then goes off the top rope and brings it back where you all have to pay attention, yeah. Here we go. Oh my God. Stop. I need Macho Pepper. I really do. I'm trying here. I can't get it. Macho Tim Pepper. He doesn't understand. No, not at all of my positions. He's just a rad lib, yeah. I can't get the damn glasses on. Don't ever let him do that again. Can't flip. Get a shorty there. You interrupted a bit. Coming in with the 1, 2, 3 to the bit. Killing it. Stopping the clock. Yeah. Match over. You win meta. Taking the championship from Macho Man. Yeah. I'm dying laughing. I guess it did. Now I can do my... I like how now I can do multiple impressions. Not even having to do Macho Man. Just have to tilt it. But then, I wish I had my hat. I gotta get the hat to do the Tim Dillon. God, fucking... I found that out yesterday. Like, I was curious. I watched my playback on the Tim Dillon bit. I was just like, not bad. Not bad. Although this actually, like, for some reason, I don't know why. Why does that work better, like, for the Macho Man impression? Yeah, put the hood up, yeah. Not a white hood, we take those and we elbow drop them into hell, yeah. Macho Madness, it was woke before woke was a thing, yeah. Actually, it kind of was. Funny enough, as the bad guy, he, to breaking kayfabe, tell a story about Macho Man Randy Poffo, not Macho Man Randy Savage, yeah. He actually talked like that. My favorite part is he's one of the dudes that, like, he became his bit, or he became his act because it was like he was always in public, so he just, like, he put it on. So, like, occasionally he would, like, one of my favorite ones was when he was on Arsenio, and then they talked about him doing his appearances at, like, the children's hospital, and he's just like, you know, Arsenio, I actually gotta tell you, it's kind of heartbreaking to walk in there and see those little kids. And, like, he just ditches the act real fast. It's the only time I've ever seen it. God. One of my favorite non-promo moments was when he was dropping his CD, and it's a diss track to Hulk Hogan. So, dude, he just goes into full roast mode of Hulk Hogan. I wish I could play any of that right now without getting struck. God, it was so funny. I just realized that I have a Roddy Piper sweater like this too. Same shade of red that I just kind of put away, where I was just like, those assholes. But no, like you said, socialist red, taking it back, yeah. Holy fuck. Okay, that actually kind of, I'm gonna take a did what thing? Wait. Oh, sorry, I was totally not paying attention to chat while I was in my my zone there. Angela, I'm not sure what I, oof, too close to the sun, yeah. Oh, man. That was fun. Now, try and bring it back to, God, how do I just not mark my show as just entertainment? Come on, I'm entertaining, right? Right? Be nice. Oh no. Now I'm co-laughing. That means something. That means something bad. FCC approves $8 billion Paramount Skydance. Breaking news. Man, got some breaking oh, that's not breaking. That was breaking from yesterday. Why is that breaking news now? Oh, don't tell me that your Chirons are running old shit now. Secured FCC approval, pledged to hire an ombudsman. The hell is that? Not implement new DEI initiatives. Jesus Christ. Keep it white. Keep it white. Keep it right. Keep it white. Ugh. I have a real question about this. Do you think that this is going to take a long time to undo? Wow. All right. Coffee's still hot. That's good. starting to get my third wind? It's technically the second wind happened right before I went to bed. Ugh. I'm still on like that sleep cycle. Dude, tonight's gonna suck. Just gonna give you guys. Oh wait, there's a flood watch right in my area. Shit, hold on. We just had 7 inches of water fall in like an hour. And that was about a half hour away from me. So here, give me 1 second. Oh, great. I gotta pay attention to the weather real fast. These segments always do so well. I'm not making this a weather thing. I have to pay attention to this. Alright,
This back over to Storm Chaser IRL. Who's
I
under
don't care about him. Don't care about the Storm Chaser. Here, go over here. Alright, there we go. Then... Flood watch in effect. 7 inches of rain expected in the next half hour. I had to come in because it started raining. Hold on. Okay, there we go. What up, Tragic? How you doing? Give me 1 second. I'm having connection issues, and this one is actually just because of what's going on in my area here, where we have some really bad weather going through. Oh, doing some art and chilling? Hell yeah. Dude, I love just listening to, like, a stream and, just vibing and doing some art. Painted many a minifigures, and I hate to admit this, to the Illuminati back when she was not a problematic, horrible, well, exposed as a problematic, horrible person that just, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was nuts. But yeah, her takedowns of like MLMs, like and all that kind of stuff, it was it was always interesting. And then, of course, another one, ContraPoints. You gotta just love how she, like, she had to chime in and just give her fucking 2 cents. Yeah, I never really covered that, because, again, that was one of those situations that everybody else did cover, and I gotta say, they did a good job. Hassan probably had the best takes on it, you know, which, come on, giving him credit, so. Sounds nice. My animals are driving me nuts. One of those days. You had an art channel, I'd share some of my trippy art. I do have an art channel in my, here, in my Discord. Join the Discord. I will invite you right now. I'll invite you over here on Twitch. Alright, yeah, this weather's getting bad, man. Just so you guys know, if stuff like dips out, that would be a power outage. Because I'm also, I just posted it. Sorry. In the middle of getting that, I got another warning, and this one was a power, like it was from my cable company and my power company. They're saying that we're gonna likely experience some issues, so they're giving us a little heads up. So I'm giving you guys a heads up to just make sure you guys know if I disappear. Hopefully it wasn't washed away in a flood. Eek. Okay, how... You know what? I'll just do this. 1 second. do, 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 do. Turn that off. It's on. You go. All right. I think I got my weather alerts all set. That makes me a little bit more comfortable here, actually. Shit. Till 6? Oh, fuck. This is a whole hour? Oh, man. And it is right over us. Son of a bitch. Fuck. All right. I really hope I didn't just, like, curse myself here. Unless I'm dumb and it's the next comic books channel. Or it's the comic books channel. Oh, dude. Hobbies. It's in hobbies. Ooh. My bad. I should have articulated that. Yeah, no, like I consider art a hobby, so you can share any, like, I try to make it broad just in case you guys like paint miniatures or something like that, or, release music, then you can put it there. Here, you know what? I'm going to I can't believe this. It's been happening all day, so like I woke up to one of these flood alerts. But that one was the one, like I said, it was about a half hour south of us. That was bad. That was really bad, by the way. I saw some video over from Midway Airport that was like there were waterlogged cars, so yeah. That's why I am a little bit, on edge. So. You don't see a hobby channel either. What? Yeah, hobbies. You had to browse the channel? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it should have been in roles. Like, right there and... Huh. Weird. I wonder why that is. Wait, did you hit the arrow? I've done that. Where I'm just like, where are the rolls? That's what Trump asks. Where are the rolls? I like the rolls. God damn. Speaking of rolls, that AI video. Man, he's gonna be pissed. He's gonna be so... He's already been pissed, but every time, dude. Like, I already know what my sign's gonna be for the next protest. I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. Oh, man. Whew. That's what the channel rules look like. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, you're in... Okay, yeah. No, you just got to go to the, just the general pep talks, thing. Sorry. Might just be... Oh. Why is it not there? Huh. I'll fix that later. Apologies. Well, if any of you guys also want to join the Discord, here. You know what? I'm feeling generous. Right against my better judgment. But here. You haven't already joined the Discord and you would like to. Here is the link. I do not have an open link to this. This is an invite only. So Get it while you can. Ah, did. Damn it. Okay, hold on 1 second. My YouTube is doing the thing again. All right, there. This should work. This should be clear now. If you guys experience any issues, just like spam one in chat. As I said, if you experience issues, because right now I'm getting the all clear signal. So I'm also getting an all clear signal for my comment. Yeah, no comment. Okay, so the power outage warning is gone. Where's the cable? Internet in your area is so. Oh shit. Okay, so I'm still under an internet outage warning. So. Oh, cool. Wow. Man. I know what I'm doing with this. It involves some shiitake mushrooms. And I'm just probably going to stare at my phone. Just. No, I like the, specifically the one in the middle. I like the eyeball one too. You ever realize how, like, eyeballs and our vascular system look a lot like, you know, roots and trees? And you ever think that it's because we're all connected and we're all just one big root? Because we are Groot? Deep. This has been Deep Thoughts with Pep Talks. What you doing? All right, here it comes. I am experiencing some internet issues right now. So here, I'm going to type this out. Bear with me. Experiencing poor connection from storm. Says will be clear by 6 p.m. One of my eyes sees the wrong set of colors, so I'm doing art that shows what I see. Oh, no shit. I have something, I'm not sure, like, what this is. Maybe you can explain it, because you've probably had this checked out. Only when I'm, like, laying down, I'll have this thing where, like, if it's early in the morning and I look at, like, just the light around the room, I'll start perceiving it as, like, a spectrum that keeps, like, going from, like, green to blue to, like, not even red, but it's like a mauve, and then back, like, and it just cycles like that. Almost like the TV colors, you know what I mean? But I have also had concussions, so, you know, anytime that, like, I start, you know, having issues with my sight, immediately I go to, like, oh yeah, concussions. That's how I knew I had a really bad concussion, was going like this. see similar, but mine comes in from a stroke. Oh shit! Did I have a stroke? Schizo Marxist. How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the program. I am Pep. Nice to meet you. I am your resident leftist over here on Twitch. It is very nice to meet you. You have one of the names where I'm just like, oh, thank God. Thank God. Somebody that's just gonna like vibe right off the bat, because yeah. Are you actually like schizophrenic? Or are you being cheeky with the name? Because I happen to have a little bit of an understanding of that. He's lying, he's ultra far right, way more than that you believe. Dude, that'd be wild. They're trolling us by coming in here just like, Max leftist, or Max Kami, or whatever the hell. Like, it's difficult to explain, but it's like looking at a photo negative, but all the time, and just in one eye. Oh, that's... Wow. That sounds uncomfortable. Those people were nuts. Yeah, I decided I'm gonna watch the Mehdi Hassan thing. Listen, you know what? If we can get to the 800 marker, today, then, yeah, you know what? I'll just put this up. If we can get to the 800 marker, then I will do a Saturday, a quick Saturday stream where I just watched that over on Twitch. No, it's a cheeky name. I've read Occulton, Althusser, and even though what they say makes sense, it sounds a little skeezy. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well then, either way, welcome. Unfortunately, not as well read. Anna's over here just like, did we just become best friends? I think we just became best friends. Like you guys just had the Step Brothers moment. And you know what? I always appreciate when people vibe and find some camaraderie on this channel. So yeah, welcome. Hit that follow button if you have not already. Oh, folk cult does not mean best friends. Oh shit. Never mind. Oh, boat. No, oh, okay. Well then, my bad. Here's an anarchist. Oh. Oh. Then not cool. This is the problem without not being as red on this shit. It really is. Or I'm like, guys, Marxist, and then no. This is the typical French philosophers. Philosophers are just for every person that's had a good idea, you can take like what they're saying and be like, okay, but then just be like, this person, you know, yes, you do have to look at who the person was and how they came to that conclusion, but there's also sometimes where you can just be like, okay, but that observation may have just been, you know, a drop in the bucket. I don't know. I'm not even trying to make an argument for like the philosophy stuff, because like Nietzsche was like a fucking wackadoo. So I rewatched some of You Should Leave. I think You Should Leave last night and laughed out loud. So it's who did it, guys? Just fess up. Who did it? Dude, my favorite bit is the dating show. You know, I feel like we almost had a connection, but I feel like you're here just for the zip line. What do you mean? He does the little twist. Have you seen it's a interview I think with Seth Meyers where he talks about doing the zipline bit, and he's just like, I loved doing the zipline bit. He's like, I got to do that over 100 times, and he's like, I had a great time each time. I was like, yeah, that's why it's so funny. He was totally just there for the zipline. The zipline, it's one of the, honestly, I think it's one of the funniest like modern bits. It's up there with all the greats from Key and Peele and Chappelle Show. Like, it's up there. Oh my god. The the driving crooner. What are you doing? I'm the driving crooner. What the fuck? I love that fucking show. Sorry, you guys should definitely watch I Think You Should Leave. The driving crooner had me. It's one of the funniest. Like, again, dude, I just gotta say, I Think You Should Leave is like it's a modern masterpiece of comedy. It's so fucking great. I had that introduced to me at like the most, I would say like one of the best times, because like I was in a really like down place, and I had a friend just be like, you ever seen this? It's like, no. And I fell in love with it. So what up? Try plugging it in. How you doing? I'm back, about 15 minutes behind. I'm not much of a mechanic. There's a great bit with Tim Heidecker, had me rolling. Here, which one was that one? Can't remember the one with Tim Heidecker in it. God, I'm gonna just go back and rewatch that tonight. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, wait, she already answered. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. You get copyright strikes for Mad TV? Yes. I can get copyright strikes for pretty much any of that stuff. Even certain, like, podcast... Oh, Theo Vaughn. Dude, so I got an updated list of channels that I have had, not necessarily, like, strike issues with, but at the end of each month, YouTube will give me, like, kind of a breakdown on what I tried to view, or like what I have in my history that would be viewable on stream. I'm glad that they're doing that, by the way. Crap. Hold on. Hold on, that sounds pretty bad. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go look. No, I know. Give me a second. Huh. Came back after you refreshed? Yeah, hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on. Report. Today is both Hassan's and Luke Beasley's birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday to Hassan and Luke Beasley. I enjoy both their well, Hassan more than Luke, but I also got my problems with Hassan. But yeah, sorry guys. Here. It is saying that I need to make an adjustment. Give me 1 second. This is going to be like the entire stream, I hate to say. Yeah, error. I know, thank you. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you. I am well aware that I'm having an error because I'm having an internet fucking outage. Happy Friday snacks. You hear that? You hear that?
Triplugin Jiden $2. Happy Friday snacks.
Oh, you heard that? He came waltzing right back in. All right. All right. Well, that is so 7:33. Yeah, for you guys that did not hear what I was saying about if you guys want to do like a special show, actually, damn it, I just realized I probably have to do it on Sunday. Never mind. I should probably not. Yeah. 7:33. Tree in the turn. Let me adjust that. Oh, reset already. Jesus. Why is this taking so long? Oh, it's 200. All right, figured it out. They're throttling my internet for some reason outside. It's an yeah, I'm having an external thing. Got another warning from these assholes. Let's see. I mean, it says I'm going to be all clear at 6 o'clock, so no matter what, I should be good by then. As I said, if I keep experiencing issues, very worst case, I just restart stream. It's not the end of the world. Man, we're getting there, though. We hit that, as I said, we hit that K. That is, a booking for having the hair done on stream. There we go. Cool. Whew. Oh, by the way, guys, if you didn't see the stream yesterday, yeah, that one was I had a good time. I gotta say, I've been having a good week with y'all. I've been having a lot of fun. Not sure if you guys, can catch the vibe, but it's been good times. We had a few little hiccups. The end of stream yesterday, though, I gotta say we have a viewer that can get under my skin. Especially in the way where it's just like, oh my god, I hate almost every opinion, but then the second that we start talking comedy, then it shifts. So. I'm number 2. God. The childish jokes, I love it. Absolutely love it. See, other streamers and podcasts would likely go, they would poo-poo that. Not me. I will literally just go like, I like number 2 humor. Because I'm a shitty comic. I like how that's the one that I just leave. It's just like, and scene. All right. Yeah, 1 minute. Lighters up. This thing is so cool, man. I use this way more than I thought I would, because you know how you get that little burnt edge of plastic? No bueno. Nope. Not gonna have a little bit of problem, yeah. And I just got tangled up in this stupid cord. Give me a second. Ah! Shit. Oh, fuck! Where did this even come from? Oh, my... Nintendo. Alright. Oh. Bien. As I said, excuse me, if you are enjoying the content at least, hit that follow button and join the community. And if not, thank you for engaging and just being cool. Appreciate it. I wish I could send you a pic of my dog watching your show right now. You can through Discord. I mean, if you don't have your phone, then I understand that. Who's your good puppy? Don't know if it's a boy or girl, but good dog. You too, you good boy. He is. He's been a little clingy today. Anytime that the weather starts kind of getting like, you know, sus, he like, that's also a good like barometer for how I'm like, oh, there must be a storm coming, because he will just not leave me alone. Cool. He's such a baby. It's weird. It's not even like the booms or anything. It's not like scared of fireworks or like anything like that. So in the US, so no, it's really not. Oh. Yeah, try not to generalize their positions too much. I mean, do your homework. I'm actually like legitimately confused where your position lies. Like, what? I don't know. Anna, you know how to do this. You know how to you know how to talk pet. Explain this one to me. God, I just realized. Oh my God, you're literally kind of like my translator for this stuff. It's like, how do I make this palatable to him? Well, bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay. He's a boy. He washed his trail and he said, good boy. Good boy. He wagged his tail. You mean? He's your good boy. I love, hey, you know what? Pep talks, if I have like a little dog talks section, I'm all for it. I'll commit to that too, where it's just like, and right now we're doing the 5-minute segment where I just talk to your dogs. Good puppies. Who's a good girl? Who's a good boy? You guys are awesome. I love you. Doesn't matter what breed, you're all awesome. I love dogs. What about cat talks? Oh, can't. Yeah. But they're probably just like, what the hell are you even trying to make me watch? Fuck this guy. Come on, let's be real. There might be, I don't know, my cat. My cat thinks he's a dog though, so there's that. So, little kitties though. I wish I could bring him down here. I really do. I've got to figure this out. The comic books, because he's the worst. When he chews on paper, like that's just his thing. I don't know why I had to like, he's the sweetest damn cat, but it's the only problem I have and it's like he's obsessed with chewing like on the bags and boards. Like, I think that he just decided that's his favorite texture ever, is when I leave a comic book out and he's just like, oh yeah. It's like, it's like the staple things, like the things that you use to pull out the staplers, you know, the little chompy things that we all have just been like, nom, like we've all done it. Come on. You ever done the thing where you're just like, I don't know. We've all done it. Except for that last one. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just a little weird. I don't know. How many of you have slapped a stapler on your leg to see what happens? That's one thing that, like, pro wrestling, that was... I can see why the staple things were kind of frowned upon, because they're just like, oh no, they're emulating this. Oh no. Oh guys, oh no, he's in our chat. Oh no. You know what? What do you got on Trump there, Jeffrey? This will be interesting. We break the story that he is not only alive, but for some reason he is in a streamer named Pep Talks chat. He's like, I saw politics and high on politics and thought this guy could be a little bit of fun. No, Jeffrey, no. What do you think about your partner in crime possibly getting pardoned? God damn, saying that out loud is actually kind of weird. Like, that's a real thing that they're doing right now. Like, you got Trump literally doing like if you play ball, you get the pardon, and then we're just gonna make this go away. You're gonna say some things in front of Congress, and you're gonna say, I know Donald Trump was not involved in any capacity. Case closed. Not me, I knew what happened. Yeah. How are you? What the hell's behind the account? Also, guys, you know what? We just passed the first hour marker. Dead man walking. It's all going to unfold shortly. Don't know who you're talking about, but just got to make a purchase from my Trump coin, and voila! Oopsie, pardon me. Yeah, right. God, the fact that we live in a world where crypto bros are the ones getting pardoned, like the people that really victimized a lot of people, like they got pardoned. Like, I don't know, man. Now, if you're done with the fine tradition of leftist infighting, I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I hope that, yeah, I hope that there can be an agreement found where it's like, I don't know, what do you find fun? What do you do for fun, schizo Marxist? You can continue the conversation. I just want to know what you do for fun. What do you like? What's your hobbies? We can kind of talk about that a little bit, but I also just, how you doing? Remember, this is kind of, I can't say remember because we just met you. So I'll be fair. Explain the little bit of rules to you. It's kind of like when you walk into a stoner circle. It's literally what it is. If you want to be part of the circle, hey, you just gotta be cool. Don't be a dick. We can have some disagreements and we can even have some like heated discussions, but it's like, all right. And I'm not saying you were. Just letting you know the rules. But also, here. Circle of trust. It is a circle of trust. We do kind of have a circle of trust here. It's kind of cool, though. All right, guys. We're in the second hour. We can do some news. after I stretch and reset. Come on. I hate when I'm this tired. Just a reminder, guys. Yeah, I'm running on like very, very little sleep. And the sleep I did get was like that bullshit sleep where I don't feel like at all rested. I was about to say, no, you guys, no. I appreciate you, you would, Jeffrey. You would. Knew it was a little bit. There's more to that. To each his own. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. FCC. Already covered that. What are we doing here? Oh, here. Let's talk about the Ghislaine. The Ghislaine pardon. Because we got, with Mr. Epstein himself, apparently in our chat. We might as well cover this. Let's see what Mr. Coolinsky has to say. And when I emphasize the Coolinsky, I mean he does the... but I need to start getting ready for a date. Lame. See you later then. Lame? Hey, no. I am happy for Anna. Have fun on your date. I hope it goes well. Still watching while I get ready. Oh, cool. Also, Schizo Marxist. Yeah, hey, we're gonna cover some stuff. He's gonna partner. Yeah. Oh yeah. Pardon me, sir. Did I touch grass? Oh, What? Wait, what? Oh no. No. Yeah, no, Coolinsky. I mean, like cool, like the totally the brand that he was probably rocking. No, I'm just wondering what Schizo was saying was lame. Anna taking off and going on a date, which again, not lame, or the fact that we're watching some Kyle content, which hey, you know what? I appreciate that. It's not everybody's bag, but either way, like I said, follow, join the community. You don't find leftist communities on Twitch very often, and I feel like you kind of fit in here.
All right, y'all, got a bunch of breaking news here for you. So before I start, let me just point out, we have an awesome interview dropping with Andrew Callahan of Channel 5. He's the guy who did the amazing interview with Hunter Biden, which went mega viral. So we're going to give you the backstory, tell you everything that went on behind the scenes for that interview with
Can he ever, not have a piece of gum in his mouth?
Hunter Biden. We had a great conversation with
I don't
him.
know.
So sign up on Substack. You do not
Just
want to
a
miss the entire thing as soon as it drops. So Crystal Kyle and Friends, Andrew Callahan drops tonight. You'll also get some teaser clips on
Kyle
the
and
YouTube
Crystal
channel.
is awesome.
Definitely check that out. But a lot of stuff to talk about here. So,
Discord.
man,
All right.
the Epstein
Got it.
story will not go away. So we learned the other day,
Discord request.
the New York Times reported that the Justice Department has its hands on 100,000 pages of Epstein files that it's keeping secret. Now, stop and think about the fact that about a week ago, you had the Department of Homeland Security, you had the DOJ, the FBI, all these assholes under Trump come out and
the
say,
Discord
Epstein files?
to the chat.
There aren't even any Epstein files, bro. We don't even know what you're talking about. Now we learn not only are there Epstein files.
Well, you gotta hit that follow button on my Twitch too. We're getting closer to that 420. Come on, guys. We're at 408.
There are 100,000 pages of materials related to Epstein, and they're keeping it under wraps.
Such a dork.
Absolutely insane number there.
Play that 420 game.
So we also have a lot of the Republicans are too stupid to partake in this massive cover-up, and they're saying the quiet part out loud. We have Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, who I always found ridiculous with his two first name having ass. He was on the floor of the Senate and gave a speech, and he said the quiet part out loud when he said, quote, what we're simply trying to do
Don't be scared. There's a hidden hobby
give
channel.
President Trump cover. He was
not going to let this go.
saying that at the same time, they were blocking the release of the Epstein files for like the 5th time. So he openly said, we're trying to give President Trump some cover here. Absolutely insane. The people that they have in this party, they can't rub two brain cells together. They don't even know how to, like, try to do a cover-up without broadcasting to the world that they're doing something horribly illegal and wrong. We also have this crazy video that
I do have to say, they're comically bad at this.
sure you guys saw by
The more that people break this down, it is so funny. Like,
now. I tweeted
especially if you go right to the beginning where you're like, hold on.
about it a
How
couple
long
nights
has
ago.
this been happening? And then they just fumbled the ball at, like, literally just the last second, and it's just like,
But we have deposition of Jeffrey Epstein from 2010. And in that deposition, he's asked if he ever had a personal relationship with Trump. And he basically says, yes, I did. And then the guy says, have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18? To which Jeffrey Epstein says, quote, though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir. Holy fucking shit.
yeah.
Again, I know it's a tired point, but could you imagine if it was a Democratic president
Yes,
that they asked this
I can.
question to?
And you know what? You know what's funny? It's because we don't push back. Streamer, I follow, by the way. I'm an interpret.
Or-
Cool. I appreciate that then.
You know, if it was about a Democratic president and Jeffrey Epstein had the exact same answer, people would lose their fucking minds, bro.
Thank you.
People would lose their minds. But here's
Streamer.
the most prolific child sex trafficker and pedophile
I love when I get called streamer.
rapist in the world, known to
I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
man. And he's like, yeah, I hung out with Trump. And then asks, oh, did you do it with underage girls? He's like, I can't say. Oh, my God, man. Oh, my God. All right, now, we also have today, Trump gave us just a banger quote here. He was asked about potentially pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. And he says, I haven't thought about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't thought about it. And then he says, I'm allowed.
Okay, then if Biden's in it too, if Hunter's in it too, arrest them too. You don't have anything here, man. The onus is on the Republicans right now to prove that there isn't this fucking conspiracy, but they keep fumbling the ball so bad that they're like, dude, Trump's support is like in the toilet right now. It's in the 30 like percentile. That's insane.
To do it.
And he's only been back in office for what, 6-7 months?
Oh, my God.
Oh, the great and powerful streamer, what is thy wisdom?
Again, Ghislaine Maxwell, just so everybody understands, she is also
NordVPN.
a child sex trafficker.
Ground News. Code Pep Talks.
But on top of
Actually, that one's real.
she's also a
NordVPN,
pedophile
not so
rapist herself. Those are part of the crime she committed. She partook in the evil debauchery with Jeffrey Epstein. On record, many girls have attested to that fact and testified to that fact. So to even talk about releasing her, and look, we know what the plan is, right? The plan is, and the Trump regime has already met with Ghislaine Maxwell. What they're going to try to do is get her to come out.
I'm so shocked that they're just like, yeah, we'll still work with you. I'm like, what?
Say Trump did nothing
Okay.
wrong, was never even around Jeffrey Epstein. He had
Like
nothing to do
goofball
with any
ass.
of this stuff. And then have her say, oh, the ones you're really looking for are, you know, Bill Clinton was the number one client, named like maybe 2 other Democrats or like a left-leaning billionaire. Say these were the only people who were really doing anything bad and wrong. And then in return for Ghislaine coming out and lying and clearing Trump's name and pointing the finger at Democrats, Trump will offer a reduced sentence or Trump will give her a pardon.
Yes, 10,000%.
That's going to be the move. And watch.
And the thing is, I'm a little worried that this is where like the MAGA that are up in arms will start just being like, well, you know, if there's no there, then she's getting out. Then yeah, that means no crime.
Right-wing media is already flipping.
Ground pepper, ground news, ground coffee.
Right-wing media is already out there. I think it was Newsmax. They were calling her a victim. They were saying, so in other words, they are preparing their audience for
Exactly. They're preparing the audience to just accept
the
this.
inevitability that this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have a lot of people that are doing like the conscious, like they're already shifting their consciousness on this.
Trump views his ticket out of
What's that thing going into the window there?
the Epstein files mess as using Ghislaine Maxwell, having her lie on his behalf, and he'll pardon her in return for that. But it's also transparent. It's also obvious what's going on, that anybody who's just minimally objective or honest will tell you, oh, they're covering this shit up. Because that's what they're doing. They're covering it up. They're covering up just
It's so obvious.
how deeply involved.
Dude, you have so many normies coming out and making Epstein content just going like, how is America falling? My favorite one is Abba and Preach right now because they're not American, where they're just like, how is America falling for this? You guys are stupid.
He was. I also...
It's like, not just like, you know, election stupidity. This is really bad. They're like, no, now you're fooling yourself at this point.
love this. On his way to Air Force One.
That's why I'm so mad they're normalizing child SA. Yes, they are.
Fast. Trump was...
Which is, again, you have to keep pointing that out to anybody that's trying to let this go or like stands behind Trump in this decision, like, or any of these decisions right now. Like, that's insane. If he pardons Ghislaine, that's a blatant admission that he is just more than okay with that. And it's also kind of an admission of guilt on his end. Like, dude, for everybody that wants to focus on the fucking auto pen of Biden right now, I have to say that one's especially hilarious, by the way. I had somebody in one of my comments just be like, what about Biden's auto pen?
Was asked, do you maintain that you did not...
Yeah, that's the controversy.
...write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday? Because, of course, not only did he write that letter, which we talked about, but now... You have, it's either the New York Times or the
Trump doesn't do anything. He will have a lame presidency. Republicans are not going to get fooled like that, like was done the last 4 years.
Street Journal. They're running articles of like, hey, here's Bill Clinton's letter. Here's this person's letter. Here's that person's letter. Here's a picture of it, so on and so forth. So, like, more stuff is coming out, right? So
the problem is he isn't really just doing nothing. He's doing a lot of shady shit. Yeah, no, I mean, openly right now. Like starting with the, you guys are still talking about this? What the hell?
For him,
like, you guys, what's going on?
Reject it
Like,
off the bat. It really
I gotta be careful. I can't let mine turn into the South Park impression because my Donald Trump. I mean, come on.
Jumped the gun because the evidence was going to come.
Everybody knows that it's the best impression.
The evidence was going to come. They weren't making this shit up, right? So Trump was caught speeding because now what are you going to do? Is MAGA going to turn around and go, look, Bill Clinton wrote a letter to Jeffrey Epstein? Well, you were just saying that the letter was fake when it was Trump. You were just saying that the whole
and that's my favorite part.
Book of letters to him.
That's my favorite part. And now even today they took the bait and they're just like, oh, did you see the thing about Bill Clinton? It's like in the book that doesn't exist.
To Epstein for his 50th birthday was fake.
They get
now
to
all of
the
a sudden
point
it's real
where
because Bill
the
Clinton.
vein starts popping out and then scanners.
So they really stepped in shit. J.D. Vance is
seen
like
that
trying to
movie,
thread the needle and
Scanners?
sounding like a fucking idiot because he is a doughboy idiot. But so again, they asked Trump, do you maintain that you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday? And Trump responds, somebody could have written a letter and used my name.
Dude. He said that shit.
Oh my God, man.
Somebody could have just, forged my signature. It happens a lot. I'm a star after all.
can't.
I don't write drawings.
I can't with this
I don't draw writings.
guy, dude. It's like, that's literally at the level of like, my dog ate my homework level lie. Like, that is a fucking grade school ass
Then fine. Then get him out.
lie. That is like a kid standing there by the empty cookie jar going, oh, I didn't have any. Like,
Yeah.
that's the level
Yeah.
of the lie that we're talking about here. This guy's a fucking mess. It's amazing that he was able to build a fucking cult around him.
It really is. When you look at how incompetent he is, it is kind of like, oh, dang.
Such an idiot.
Like,
He's
he
just
really
such
is
a monumental idiot.
Like, and he's especially like, I'm not sure if it's because he's aged or realistically, like he just has lost that step. Because he just doesn't care. Like he doesn't have, like he got what he wanted. He got out of jail. He got the presidency and he was able to stay out of jail. That's all he wanted. Everything past this, he doesn't give a shit.
Idiot. All right, so now let's switch gears a little bit because I don't know if you guys saw this, but you have the FCC chair, Brendan Carr. He's been doing some interviews. So he went on Fox News and he was asked about The View. So a Fox News host asked him, is The View in the crosshairs of this administration? And this guy says, well, it's entirely possible. There are issues over there. The consequences aren't quite finished. So a little hint there that not only are they cracking down on, like Colbert effectively got fired because of them, and they're cracking down on media that's anti-Trump, but also hinting like, well, now we're going to go after The View next. We also have this. CNBC asked him, Colbert is a comedian. You keep talking about journalism and fairness in news, but we all remember Carson and Leno giving Reagan the business. Where does that fit in?
Yep.
And so the FCC chair responds, frankly, the media industry across this country needs a course correction. In other words, even if you're a comedian, it is not fair game to take shots at the president. It doesn't matter. We want to crack down on you. We want to censor your free speech. We want to make sure you can't speak your mind. We want to make sure you can't crack jokes and have fun. Because at the end of the day, fealty to the dear leader is the most important thing. And us here at the FCC are going to try to bring that about through force of law.
Yeah.
So this is what's amazing. Again, the right pretended for so long they were these champions of free speech, and it was their number one issue, and it was the main thing that they
Yeah, and the first thing they do is go and attack the media that they don't like.
cared about. And then now you have the most anti-free speech president
Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. Make sure nobody can hear it because I don't like it.
in American history in there, and they got fucking nothing to say about it. They have no criticisms of him whatsoever. Colbert got fired directly because of Trump. Directly because of Trump. And not a single one of them have come out and criticized Trump for twisting the arm of the media and saying, fire the guy who
No, but South Park did make sure to, like, really give them,
makes fun of me too much.
They give him the business, that's for sure.
Absolutely incredible. If the shoe was on the other foot, and you had a Democratic president who had
Trump is so dumb, he'll fail at implementing a dictatorship, calling it
like a
now.
right-wing host that was fired because he was too critical, oh
I
my
can
God,
only
you'd
hope.
never hear the end of it. That person would be a martyr. That person would be a hero. And the president would be public enemy number one.
Does he keep that grill there when he's making food? That seems unsafe.
All right, so now let me give you this. The Orlando Sentinel
Supposed to have a clearing of, like, at least a foot. That looks like all that stuff is, like, right up against it.
has a crazy article that they released. The title is Mexican
He
Tourist
wants to throw Obama in jail. Last time I checked, Obama's presidency was not a total train wreck. If we are holding everyone accountable, let's release that list. Yeah.
and
exactly.
brother held in
Exactly.
alligator Alcatraz after Orlando arrest.
See, that's where I kind of find it funny. People of all political persuasions are kind of getting on that, like, on board with this, unless they're trying to, like, protect the status quo here, which not a lot of people are. Most normies are just like, no, fuck this. Like, if they are shady and they're on this list, then let's get them out of office. Let's do this. Let's get these sickos out. Why the fuck do we tiptoe right up to the edge and, like, we look at the pool and we're just like, well, I don't know. No, I'm gonna go in.
Father says. So a Mexican tourist with a valid visa is now being held in the
Oh yeah,
Everglades concentration camp.
yep.
So this is what Trump's immigration
Yeah, this was huge news, by the way, in Mexico.
policy is bringing us.
I saw
it's
like a bunch
absolutely
of
crazy.
like tweets about it where they're just like, even in America, if you guys don't understand how bad this looks, this was a major fuck up
Because
you don't understand how many of like the attendees of the upcoming FIFA World Cup were going to come from Mexico. Like, dude, it's gonna be one of the worst attended World Cups ever
Mexican
because people just aren't going to come.
tourists are the third largest group of international visitors to the
Back in Africa as a kid, I doodled some shades on the president's face in the newspaper, and my parents freaked out. I was like, oh, I didn't know it was a big deal getting to that point
Orlando
right
area.
now. Yeah.
So Mexican tourists, often come to the U.S. And now people are going to start thinking, and they're going to start feeling, well, why would I go to the U.S. if I could end up in a fucking concentration camp because they see the color of my skin and they don't like it? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, this country is
Yep. Trump wrecked tourism in America.
cooked. Not only do we have fucking brain drain, as we've talked about, no more scientific and medical breakthroughs happening here, no more best and the brightest coming to our colleges. Not only do we have that going on, but now it's like even the tourism industry.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, dude,
who the fuck is going to want to come to a
I can tell you right now, we just had a report come out about like how live attendance in Chicago is abysmal. And it's most like, you have to understand that most of these things are set up around the tourist district. And that's a major contributor.
country that's so hostile?
The restaurant industry in Chicago is not doing too hot because, again, it's mostly the tourist stuff. Although I will say this, the one benefit to come from that is more free. They have offered more free museum days.
To anybody who's not like, white as fucking
One of the benefits of being a resident.
Wonder Bread, right? Just absolutely incredible stuff. We also have this crazy story. Shout out to Ryan Grimm of both drop site news
You'd be shocked at like how not crowded those get, by the way.
and breaking points, because this was wild. Crystal was telling me about this off the air. I couldn't believe it. But Ryan Grimm resurfaced this old story, which I had never heard. Apparently in
Zach, hell yeah, got tags on your truck, had to get inspected to get it registered, passed with flying colors, leaving tomorrow morning.
1990.
By the way, Zach, I'm not sure if you want your full name out there. For some reason, your YouTube name reset.
The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, he was Prime Minister
So-
back then too, allegedly used tapes of Clinton's
Just fair
phone
warning.
sex calls with Monica Lewinsky to blackmail
I mean, fair warning. I'm not.
and pressure the
threatening
White
me?
House into releasing a convicted spy named Jonathan Pollard. Clinton
No, I
reportedly
just know
told
that
Lewinsky
YouTube did that with a bunch of accounts recently, where they went back or they started showing the account holder's name.
that a quote foreign embassy had taped
That's not his real name.
their phone calls. The story, long buried, resurfaced amid speculation about
Yeah, I don't care.
about
It's a fake
Israel's
name.
role
Oh, okay.
in blackmail operations tied to Epstein.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
I just know that happened recently, where a bunch of people's accounts got reset.
that is a wild fact, bro. So imagine this: you're Bill Clinton, you're doing some shit on the low, you kind of get caught, and then you get a call from the Israeli Prime Minister, and the Israeli Prime Minister tells you, "Hey, dog, here's my list of demands," and you're going, "Well, what the fuck are you talking about?" And he goes, "Well, my list of demands is because we have you dead to rights, bitch. We got your phone sex calls with Monica Lewinsky. It'd be a shame if those leaked, wouldn't it? But we could
That's
keep
still crazy.
it on the low. We could keep it quiet. We could not release it if you give us what we want." So, by the way, you also look at the time frame, and it's true that Bill Clinton was trying to get some semblance of a peace deal, trying to get some semblance of a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. And you think if push came to shove and they were at the fucking 1 yard line and about to get that done, that Israel wouldn't also have blackmailed him into killing that deal because Israel has no interest whatsoever in a two-state solution? Of course that's what would have happened. So this is a hostile government which pretends to be our ally. Why are we giving them billions of dollars to fucking bomb babies on regular basis?
By the way, guys, we're at 409 on the follower count over on Twitch. If you guys do not already follow on Twitch, please go over to Twitch to my link here
And starve babies on a
drop a
regular
follow
basis.
on the channel.
Now, I should point out, this is wild, y'all.
Trying to get to
but
that 420.
President Macron of France announced
for
that France
funsies.
is going to recognize the state of Palestine in September at the
Millennial
UN,
legal.
at the General Assembly. That's a huge deal. So now you have some, Western states that are going, you know what, it's time to recognize it. And I think one of the main reasons why they're doing it at this moment is just flat out guilt. And they know how history is going to judge people who stood on the side of Israel as Israel did what it's doing right now. So what is happening right now? Well, we just learned the Associated Press, the AFP, BBC News, and Reuters on Thursday all issued a joint statement about their journalists in Gaza. And what they said is, listen, we've never been in this situation before, but our journalists are literally starving to death, and they are going to die. And we are issuing a joint statement saying, this has to stop. You have to allow in the food. You have to allow in the medicine. You have to allow in the water. You are mass starving an entire population of people to death,
And same goes for over on Twitch. If you guys do not follow on my YouTube page, please do, and subscribe over there.
including our journalists.
Hit that like button if you guys are enjoying the stream. Thank you.
Journalists who work for these reputable, old school outlets, these staples of journalism. They had to release a statement.
I got the actual news coverage of exactly what's happening because, that the mainstream media, it takes literally their own to start dying before they start, covering anything happening in Gaza.
To say, hey, don't starve our journalists to death. Our
We've had bits and pieces, but it's beyond shameful.
reporters to death. How fucking depraved a situation are we in where that's what we're doing? Now, at the same
think
time,
he makes a point.
They're doing this in Gaza. You got to keep your eye on the West Bank, too, because...
Yeah, because I think he, I'm not sure if he already made it, but he might have made this in a different video, but he made a point about how, the mainstream media, catching up to the coverage now is literally just them to it's so they can cover their ass.
It's just one story that came out from the Times of Israel. So the illegal Israeli settlers disconnected the water supply for 30 Palestinian villages in the West Bank in order to fill up one pool for an Israeli. This is what they do, y'all. This is what they do. You think they're not going to do to the West Bank next exactly what they did to Gaza? They're in the fucking process of it right now, homie.
Yep.
They're in the in fact, the Knesset just voted, that's the Israeli parliament, they voted 71-13 for a non-binding motion calling to annex the entire West Bank. I told you this was going to happen.
Yep.
I told you this was going to happen. Miriam Adelson, the pro-Israel billionaire,
You're saying this almost 2
gave
years
Trump
ago.
$100 million in this last election, and one of the quid pro quos is you need to let Israel annex the entire West Bank. And here's the
No, he said this like back when Trump was just getting out of office.
Israeli Knesset going, we want to annex the entire West Bank. And
God,
because
that was a
nobody
while
has
ago.
held,
Holy
it's
shit.
nearly been 2 years straight of a
That's
live
funny.
stream genocide, and because Israel hasn't been held accountable, this is where we are. Because the U.S. is still sending money and still sending weapons, and there is no pressure coming.
Yeah.
In the sense that we're actually like arresting Israeli military and political leaders. They feel like they have total impunity. They can get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with, and they largely are getting away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with. In fact, listen to this, y'all. This is a crazy fact. So in the past 3 days, just the last 3 days, 30 people have died from starvation in Gaza. 30.
Jesus.
Now, you might go, okay, well, that number is crazy, but I would have suspected more. Maybe you're saying that, right? Well, here's the thing. Since the beginning of this, which, again, it's been going on for about 2 years, just shy of 2 years now, 115 people in total have died from starvation in Gaza. So, in other words, in the past 3 days, a quarter of them died, of the ones who died of starvation. So, in other words, what that means is we are now hitting the tipping point. So, we're at the point now where you're going to get these colossal waves of hundreds and thousands of people dying of starvation. Because now it's like we've hit the point of no return, where even if you start giving these people food, you start giving these people nutrition, their bodies are basically eating their own organs. And so their systems are shutting down. And they're, it's a fucking death sentence. And this was all done on purpose. Our tax money, U.S. tax money, U.S. weapons, going to bomb fucking 1.8 million people and starve 1.8 million people. The world has been watching this on a live stream for nearly 2 fucking years, and we just let it happen. We just let it happen. So,
I mean, trust me, the mainstream media's coverage, like, you want to be happy that they're finally getting on board, but it's so hard to be when you're just like, where the fuck were you?
Why, by the way, now you might say, hey, I see a lot more people talking about like,
yeah,
oh, the situation in Gaza is really bad. Maybe somebody should do something to stop this. The reason all of them are saying this now is fucking ass covering.
Yep.
Because there's about to be piles of bodies stacked 30 feet high.
And the thing is,
like during the fucking Holocaust.
Yep.
And they want to be able to say, oh, I was against that. Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Or was it the fucking week everybody started dying in mass waves that you decided to grow a conscience and say, I'm not sure about this. I'm fucking sick of anybody who's still on the side of Israel or even waited this long to utter a peep of disagreement with the fascist, genocidal, terrorist state. You're part of the fucking problem. And may the world never forgive Israel, and may the world never forgive the United States of America for what we inflicted on these poor, innocent people who did nothing fucking wrong to anybody. Jesus Christ, man. By the way, not that you need to hear this, but this is also something that we just learned. This is in Reuters. There was a USAID analysis that found no evidence of massive Hamas theft of Gaza aid. The reason that I tell you that is because that's been the Israeli cope and the Israeli dodge this entire time.
Yeah, they were saying that on the Nelk Boys.
What they say is, bro, it's not us. We're trying to send in, this is what Netanyahu said on the Nelk Boys podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, we're trying to send in the stuff, but it's being blocked. It's being blocked by Hamas. They're stealing it all. Total fucking lie. They just lie about everything. They gaslight about everything. This, I'm not kidding when I say this is demonic shit. This is evil shit that we're witnessing. We're living in a historically evil time period. Living right now is no different than fucking living in 1942 as they were firing up the gas chambers. Okay? That's what's going on right now. So which side are you on? And are you going to speak up about it? Jesus Christ. Now,
what's up, Pep? Is it time for Streamception? We're actually at the back end of the video here, and I'm gonna be doing some news coverage. So
let's end on
maybe not.
I will end on a positive note here for you with, first of all, this. So there's a new Gallup poll that just came out, and you guys are gonna get a kick out of it. So it happened, y'all. It happened. New polling found that Trump hit a record low approval rating for his second term.
Nice.
So in his first term, his low after January 6th was 34%. But now we have a record low in his second term, and he's down to 37%, which I have to say, got to pat myself on the back here. This is what I said I thought exactly would happen. That because he's losing all the independent support, all the moderate support, any of his youth support, The cult is still there, and they're not going anywhere. But basically, everybody who's non-cult,
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's right back to his base where that's like we're pre-election. We're at pre-election numbers again.
they're dwindling, right? And I said, I don't think we're at his floor yet, because again, I think his floor is anywhere between 26% and 33%. But to be a third,
Well, I don't know, man, because you're also negating the fact that this time he really did lose some of his hardcore supporters, and this time it's not. Like, we have this tendency of either overinflating like how something looks and just going like, oh, this must be happening everywhere, or underinflating it, and just going, oh, you know what, this must be just like a few disenfranchised people. Because honestly, I'm just not. I don't know. The vibe's not fully there yet.
37%.
I want to get into golfing. Oh God,
6 months into his second term, that is fucking catastrophic,
I mean, that could be healthy for you. I hate to say, but it's expensive.
homie. That is catastrophic right there.
But hey, you got the income to do it. Yeah, give it a shot, man.
So,
Just stretch.
record low 37 is really, really abysmal, y'all. And I do think that a lot of this has to do with two things. Number one, the Epstein stuff, of course, I think is making a dent. But number two, just the basic stuff. Like, you know how Biden got hammered over the issue of inflation? Well, inflation is even worse now under Trump. And now the polls are showing that the entire
Yeah, don't get involved. Said the tariffs are contributing to inflation and could lead to the largest economic collapse in the history of America and the world.
country
Yep.
and independents in particular are going,
And you also, again, you're starting to have Republicans that are being affected by this. You have like the inflation numbers coming out, and also just people going to the grocery stores are starting to feel this.
hey, this guy's worse on inflation than Biden was by far. And so his numbers are even worse on inflation when it comes to the polling. So it's the basic stuff. It's like cost of living stuff, inflation stuff, mixed with him covering for a pedophile.
I mean, dude, the cost of beef alone, that one's been a huge, like, in my locality, that's what everybody's talking about.
Sex trafficking,
Ooh, cost of beef's crazy.
child
Although we live in Chicago, so, beef is a thing.
rapist. So that'll do it. That'll lower your numbers. So 37% for him. And then finally, there's this amazing video, which I can't play for you right now, but Ron DeSantis was given some sort of speech, and a protester interrupted him, and he yelled, as DeSantis was speaking, he yells, "Is that your fucking legacy? You bow down to a
Don't get involved. Thank you for the follow.
fucking pedophile? You're a fucking pedophile.
Surprised you weren't following before.
Fuck you, fascists."
Appreciate it.
So let me just say up front, no, ladies and gentlemen, that was not me heckling Ron DeSantis, although
You've been part of my stream for God, well, feel like over a month.
I will say, the things the guy said is exactly like something I would say. So that guy channeled my spirit in calling out Ron DeSantis. And you could actually tell Ron DeSantis was a little shook by this heckler, because the heckler was aggressive.
Yeah.
The heckler was like, he had some fucking conviction in his voice.
And you could
know what
also
I'm
tell
saying?
that it was
there
like
was
a true constituent. Like he was like one of these trailer park type looking guys.
there was like some oomph to what he was saying.
Definitely wore a red hat at one point.
Like, is this your fucking legacy? You're bowing down to a fucking pedophile? Are you a fucking pedophile? Fucking fascist?
Yeah, and they keep trying to now they're trying to do the thing where they're like, oh, these are just leftist. This is the left. They're sending in fake bad actors.
And it felt like guttural. It felt visceral. It felt primitive. It felt like it was from the dude's soul. So Ron DeSantis was like, stop it. Excuse me, stop it. But he looked weak. He looked weak and petty and ridiculous. So anyway, those are.
I mean, it's decent for networking, but you're not going to network as much as you would think. And also, your
updates, guys. Keep your eye on the channel.
Although you're at an age, man, they'll see that you're trying to get. Honestly, getting into golf would not be a bad thing for you. So
Because we got a whole bunch of great
sanctimonious
clips dropping.
That was actually.
Crystal and I talked about South Park absolutely obliterating.
Dude, I watched it and it was brutal. That AI ad, those alone, the fact that they're doing those, they're doing 10 episodes. So like, oh my God, dude, he's gonna flip shit.
Trump, you don't want to miss that clip. We got some other stuff too, I believe we talked about in the intro. And then, like I said, we got, you'll see.
Here, give Kyle a follow. Also, here's the original VOD, or the, well, no, his is actually just videos. I forgot he doesn't do a stream. Because every time he talks about doing a show, I'm guessing he just does his full one on Patreon for everybody, which is smart. Hey, that's why he is one of the OGs of the, excuse me, of the space. All right, let's go to the next one. Here we go.
As it plans to allow airdrops of badly needed aid into Gaza, quote, in the coming days. That according to an Israeli security official.
Oh, that's
the
gonna
shift
fix
comes as the
everything.
humanitarian crisis in Gaza deepens by the
Yeah, I like how now they're getting pressure, so they're just like, well, we can airdrop food.
day. Images like this illustrate the growing desperation for hungry Palestinians. The health ministry there says that dozens have died from starvation and malnutrition just this week. And though ceasefire talks are ongoing, there's no end in sight for the people of Gaza. More now from CNN's Jeremy Diamond, and a warning. You may find the images in his report disturbing.
There are no bullet holes or shrapnel wounds marking this man's body. His bears the signs of a far more silent killer, starvation. At 41 years old, Mohammed al-Hassanat is one of at least 45 Palestinians who have died of malnutrition in just the last week, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. An entirely man-made humanitarian crisis in Gaza now reaching unprecedented levels. The question now is not whether starvation will claim more lives, but who will be its next victim. Most food stocks have run dry.
Uh-oh. Ah, crap. Here, I'm gonna keep this up. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, YouTube's doing its thing where it's...
Malnutrition cases are skyrocketing, and there is only so much Gaza's under-resourced hospitals can do. At one of the few soup kitchens still serving meals, the growing desperation of Gaza's population of more than 2 million is clear as day. 28 Western nations, more than 100 humanitarian aid organizations, and top UN officials have all said Israeli policies are to blame for the starvation crisis now unfolding. That's because Israel imposed...
Poverty is a huge problem. Well, yeah. I mean, they don't want anybody to see this. And honestly, with YouTube pulling this shit right now, I gotta say, man. Yeah, and this MFers out there talking about Burger King.
Total siege of Gaza.
Yeah, dude. I mean... If this isn't the, like, end stage of just blatant evil, then again, man.
Between March and...
Like, holy shit. Like, when people talk about evil in the biblical context, Netanyahu fits it, like, to a fucking T.
May. And since the
capital T tyrant.
And Israeli restrictions on the entry and distribution of aid have snowballed into an utterly avoidable...
The scary part is, like, he's more methodical and, like, actually more effective than Trump. When people are just like insinuating that Trump is using Netanyahu, it's the total opposite.
Disaster.
I don't know what you would call it other than mass starvation.
Here we go.
And it's man-made. And that's very clear. And this is because of blockade.
Israel denies it is using starvation as a weapon, pointing to hundreds of aid trucks inside Gaza awaiting UN pickup. The UN says Israeli authorities have repeatedly failed to authorize safe routes to pick up those stockpiles. But the reality of starvation is impossible to deny, including for Israeli news channels, which rarely broadcast such images. Fadia Abu Namus has been in line since 6 a.m., hoping to fill a pot of lentil soup to feed the 9 members of her family. We've had enough of starvation and oppression, enough of staying in the streets like dogs, where no one looks at us, where we can't find anything for our children to eat or drink. Signs of hunger are everywhere in Gaza. This man collapsed while sifting through the wreckage of the latest Israeli offensive. He says he hasn't eaten anything lately but scraps of bread. Moments later, his body gives out on him again. He's simply too weak to go on. Jeremy Diamond, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Horrible situation indeed. We're joined now by Jada Doyen McKenna. She's the CEO of Mercy Corps, a global team of humanitarians
look,
working on the front lines of the...
It's almost like we've been needing to see these images, CNN. What have you been doing?
World's biggest crises include...
Like, you guys were complicit in not, like, the worst atrocities of mankind. And, like, the thing is, we live in the like, this isn't World War II, where we had to wait to see this in a fucking movie theater collectively through a fucking propaganda machine. We have had we have been seeing this. And then we've also been told, oh, sit down, shut up. You're supporting the wrong October 7th, while they simultaneously ignored this and then justify it with their fucking propaganda machines. Like,
course, Gaza.
Jesus.
Jada, thank you so much for coming in.
I know that I'm just like preaching to the choir on this one, but man, every time.
And, every day we're hearing more and more about the starvation that's on the ground. What is your team personally seeing when they are there?
Our team is feeling the effects of the starvation themselves. Our team wakes up every morning just like everyone else, wondering where they're going to get their next meal. Some of the things we've heard mothers say to us that their children are asking if there's food in heaven, if that would be better. One team member talked about seeing a girl filling up water at a water tank right next to a sewage area. So standing in knee-deep sewage, trying to get clean water. We visit families and say everyone in the family has infections, scars, sicknesses, all that from lack of clean water, and on top of
Americans are responsible.
systems that are people that are depleted from lack of food.
Because we know that dozens.
Well, I mean, that's not exactly fair. You got a lot of us trying our best.
And dozens of humanitarian groups are warning that doctors, journalists, aid workers are going hungry alongside what's going on in Gaza right now. And I know your team is having a tough time coping as well.
Yes, for sure. They're like everybody else. The little food that is available, that the March blockade that the Israelis put in also affected commercial goods. The little food that is available is extraordinarily expensive. Our team reported that a sack of flour was going for $480 in the marketplace. So it's just a tremendous.
In World War II, the Soviets were the first to find native death camps and told us, and we didn't even believe them. We denied it even after the U.S. Army found them. We didn't believe until a few camps were liberated.
Honestly, dire situation.
UNICEF says that 80%, this is UNICEF, 80% of those who have died of starvation are children in Gaza. And now the enclave is on the
those are our bombs.
Running out of.
I'm just saying, like, we have our population we're trying to, protest this. You have a bunch of people trying to, bring attention to this.
Specialized.
There's no, I'm not trying to say that America's not complicit. Trust me. This is not, I'm not even making that argument in the slightest.
Kids. What can aid groups like yours do?
Just saying, have a little hope that there are people from within that are just like, no, we're not standing for this.
With so little food and supplies on hand, at least right now.
Yeah, right now we are providing
and haven't stood for this since the start.
Water and other services, but this is very solvable. It's man-made and it's solvable.
Yeah.
We need a ceasefire. We need Israel. We need a resumption of the UN food distribution points and the UN aid distribution system, and we need unfettered access to get food in to serve people. At this point, when people are dying of deaths, this is a long process, and it's a weeks and months buildup. So you go from long-term nutrition deficit to severe malnutrition, ultimately death. At this point, people need more than food. They need malnutrition treatment. They need therapeutic foods. They need medical care. We need to go in with complete solutions to stop this from really tipping into a mass death event.
As you know, Jada, Israel says it stopped the previous aid distribution system because it claims Hamas was stealing so much of that food. What do you know about that?
We have seen no evidence of that, and there was a report today that a U.S. aid.
No, I know some people don't believe that. Yeah, no, I do understand that.
2023 saw no widespread evidence of that. But even if that were the case,
yeah.
The way to prevent that, the way to make food aid less of a commodity or less of a hot ticket to be stolen.
Good luck in Trump's America right now, where truth is literally anything that he deems is
to flood the zone and make food and supplies widely available.
We're simultaneously battling and combating fucking, right-wing authoritarian propaganda machines that will, let us have, breadcrumbs with this shit.
The Gaza Humanitarian Aid
choice
Foundation, which is supported by Israel and the U.S. for that matter, says it distributed 91 million meals over the last 2 months.
Again, right at the last minute.
Alone in Gaza. Is that enough?
That's a drop in the bucket. It is not enough. And that is a system where they have.
Sorry, but it's our fault. We vote in the people who voted in.
Distribution sites as opposed to the 400 that are in place with the UN system. People are forced to walk miles and miles. They're forced to cross military lines to enter that system. And that's especially difficult for people who are vulnerable, seniors, women, pregnant people, children, to access those sites.
So Israel now has announced that it's going to begin airdrops of food and other humanitarian aid to folks in Gaza. How is that? How are those airdrops going to be distributed?
Airdrops are stunts, and they're
stunts.
They're stunts. They're inefficient. People die getting hit by food, and it's not efficient. If you're worried about Hamas taking food, you have no control over where airdrops go, no control over the most vulnerable people getting them. And the solution's just very easy: open the borders, let aid in, let aid agencies do their job, let us do our work. Airdrops, it's a stunt. It's not meant to seriously address.
I'm glad that
issue.
she's saying that
because they say that.
No, because you got Wolf here, but airdrops, but they say that airdrops.
In order for people to survive in Gaza, you need at least about 1,500 truck trucks coming in every day with supplies.
That's exactly
Is that right?
That's exactly right. And right now, at the most, we've had 200, 100. It's just nothing. It's a bare minimum. And you've had months of this, of a backup. So what's needed to just replenish
Wolf is a
the normal
Zionist,
systems
doesn't
as well as
surprise me.
feed people day to day, you need everything open.
Allegedly.
You need a ceasefire so that we can move around and serve people safely. An extraordinary number of
Don't expect anything from him. I don't expect anything from any CNN anchor at
Syrians
this
have been
point.
killed trying to do their work in this crisis.
And very quickly before I let you go,
Which is sad. We were getting to the point like
there's been some criticism in the past few.
they were getting dangerously close to like having some real truth tellers on there because they hired. I keep forgetting her name, but she used to work for Vice News. She's really good at her job.
Days of the Trump administration for
And also, you got the guy that did the Hassan piece, like some of the younger journalists, but it's also like, yeah, you see how they just bury these people.
not having a high-level diplomatic envoy deal exclusively with the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. What's your reaction to that?
Whatever we can do to expedite a ceasefire, a return of hostages, and the resumption of the aid systems, people cannot wait. Every day counts for mothers, for children, for people looking for food and looking for their human dignity.
And it looks like these negotiations that have been going on for the past few days to reach a ceasefire, allow humanitarian aid in, get the hostages out, seems to have collapsed with the U.S. and Israel withdrawing their diplomatic representation from these negotiations that have been underway in Doha, Qatar.
All that's doing is pushing more people to death. That does not serve anyone. People need to get back to the table and do their political jobs.
Jada Doyen McKenna.
Yeah, but meanwhile, these motherfuckers are sitting on vacation, their early vacation because they couldn't take a vote.
Thanks very much for all the important work you are doing. Thanks very much for...
Because they're hiding from their own clusterfuck. Meanwhile, people are legitimately dying in, the thousands at this point.
For coming in.
Thank you for bringing it.
Appreciate it very much.
The fuck is that? Vosh exposed for messaging. What? Well, this is coming from H3, so this is that true? Because that would be fucked. But I also know that Ethan is in full hit piece mode, so that's actually kind of the bitch of this, where you see how he bastardized his own reporting there, where it's like you can't trust him because he's like not exactly an objective person at the moment. So I think it's probably foolish on our part to expect empathy this late in the game. Well, I mean, the fact that they're trying to feign empathy at this point.
To speak up, because people have said about it in the chat, you called the music that's playing in the background here the Pink Panther theme earlier. Okay.
Thank you for sending that
to James Charles. Then we're
It's not. I think this is clickbait. Yeah. Go figure. Okay. Here. We're going to go right into this Piers Morgan thing. Usually I save the Piers Morgan stuff for the 420 fun half, but there's nothing fun about this stuff. I really do have to pee, though, so I'm going to start the thing, let him do the breakdown of what we're about to see. It usually takes about a minute, and I'll catch the rest of it with you guys.
I can't defend it. Okay, can you defend it? Hand on heart, with all these Palestinians being slaughtered?
I laud and applaud them every day who have set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. This is a genocide that could be, alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages.
To be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children? This is not human. I'm really sorry. Only the Nazis spoke like this.
Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day, as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not gonna let you filibuster, bitch. I find it so unbelievably evil.
Is Israel justified in defending the Druze in Syria?
Oh, absolutely not. And I don't believe for a second that they are. We're really supposed to believe that that's what's motivating them, yet we've seen 1,000 times more footage coming right next door in Gaza, and that hasn't motivated them to stop.
The UK's Foreign Secretary has described the current scenes in Gaza as sickening. 28 countries yesterday condemned Israel's, quote, horrifying attacks on Palestinians queuing for food. Pope Leo is demanding a ceasefire, expressing sorrow at what he calls barbarity. Far from finalising a ceasefire, Israel has launched a massive new air and ground offensive on central Gaza, and every day more Gazans are being killed as they try to get food and water. 21 died in a crush on Friday. 39 were killed in gunfire near aid sites on Saturday. 67 were killed in gunfire as they waited for UN aid trucks on Sunday. Fewer than a quarter of Americans now say that Israel's actions are fully justified. 74% of Israelis told a recent poll they support a ceasefire which returns the hostages. Well, later on, we'll tackle the vexed debate about when a war becomes a genocide.
Don't like me like Anna. Listen, I'm gonna take this opportunity to make a little bit of a speech here. You need to be open for redeeming people. Kyle Kalinske kind of had a good take on this with the what's his name, Channel 5 guy. Because I am very I don't know, man. I pretty much wrote that guy off with the whole cancel culture bullshit. Not bullshit, but you know what I mean. Where I was in the same vein of not being open to redemption. But if Anna can maybe make her way back to this, who knows? But
with Dave Smith,
I'm open.
We'll begin with a simple question.
I'm not going to sit here and just be closed-minded because...
How can Benjamin Netanyahu be stopped? Joining me is executive producer and host of The Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, the PragerU commentator and pro-Israel activist, Shabbos Kestenbaum, and the journalist and commentator for Haaretz, Gideon Levy. Well, welcome to all of you. Anna Kasparian.
Yes.
I mean, it's an important question, isn't it? As most of the world now watches in ongoing horror of what is happening in
She still owes Benny a huge apology.
Gaza, which seems to have just gone way beyond any defensible proportionality to the events of October the 7th, horrendous though those were. But who is going to stop Netanyahu? It doesn't appear that President Trump is minded to do that. And if the Americans don't, I don't know who can.
Well, you do make a great point here, Piers Morgan, and it's the same point that I actually made on this very
Why'd you just call him by his full name?
program not too long ago. The only person who has the ability to use his leverage to get Netanyahu to act differently is President Donald Trump. And for whatever reason, he seems ready and willing to supply arms to Israel, get dog-walked by the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. And quite frankly, not only is his actions and his enabling of these actions and this genocide in Gaza shameful for the American people, since we're being forced to fund it and pay for it, it's also embarrassing for the American people. We'd like to live in a sovereign country that has a government that represents the best interests of the American people. Instead, Donald Trump, along with other government officials, are facilitating the theft of our taxpayer money to buy bombs and other weapons that terrorize, slaughter, and maim innocent people, women and children in Gaza. It's unacceptable.
Okay,
speaking of,
Shabbos Kestenbaum,
at least get a.
I find it really difficult to see how any Israeli or Jew, frankly, around the world thinks that anything that's now happening in Gaza is going to make it more secure to be an Israeli or Jew. Because all I can see is the opposite happening, that there's just increasing rage, particularly in the Arab world, but also in the wider world. We're seeing it now with many, many allies of Israel. You know, I defended Israel's right to defend itself for a long time and got attacked for it all the time by people supportive of the Palestinian position. But I can't defend it now. Can you defend it? Can you honestly, hand on heart, defend what is happening on a daily basis with all these Palestinians being slaughtered at food sites? And don't just say it's all Hamas, because it's not.
Sure. So let's be clear. I do not defend the Israel Defense Forces. I laud and applaud them every day, who have set a standard that will be virtually impossible for any Western country to match in a future war. In a dense urban environment, Israel has one of the lowest combatant-to-civilian ratios of modern warfare. Israel has actually given more aid into Gaza than pre-October 7th. This is a genocide that could be, alleged genocide that could be stopped at any point should the Hamas government decide to release the hostages and surrender. This point has been made very clear by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. This has been made clear by Benny Gantz. This has been made clear by Gideon Sa'ar. This war can...
This guy is like, if Oh my God, Jack something.
And the
what's his
minute
name?
Hamas surrenders and returns the
He's one
hostages.
of
In
the,
fact, there's a
like,
ceasefire
new
deal on the table right now that
wave
Adam
of
Bowler,
dudes.
who's the U.S.
Casablanca-
envoy for hostages, and Steve
hell's his
Witkoff
name?
have repeatedly offered to Hamas. That deal is on the table and has been on the table for the last 2 weeks. The only party that has rejected that ceasefire is Hamas. So if you truly want the killing to stop, if you truly want the war to end, if you truly want there to be a ceasefire, then you would use your platform. We would use campus activists to immediately put pressure on Hamas to surrender. The pressure should not be on Israel. Israel is engaging in a defensive war. I am proud of what Israel has done. Certainly, innocent civilians are being killed, which is a tragedy. But we do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification on a war on how many civilians are being killed. That is not how you judge a war. No war has ever been judged. In the Korean War,
You fucking cool. Why do you need to do this? You are justifying the killing. And like
3 million.
I don't understand. I don't understand this fucking mind process. Like this is something I cannot, like, I will never be able to think like this person.
Civilians were killed.
This is
in Iraq. More than 500,000 civilians were killed.
Well, I guess, the statistics kind of say that this is how many would actually be okay. Like, this guy would totally be fine just fucking, like, nuking half the planet.
Killed in the Syrian civil war.
And he would just go, meh, you know what? The statistics said that it was, it was deemed, okay.
300,000 civilians were killed. Civilian death is always a terrible thing, but is
Yeah, he should actually just be like, yeah,
the consequence.
Can you
nothing but pictures sent to him.
name me? All right, Shabbos, can you name me a recent war since World War II where the proportion of children in civilian deaths has been this high? Can you just give me one?
I just did. The Syrian Civil War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, any battle in Iraq, whether it was
You believe
Mosul,
the proportion
battles
of
against
children?
Why does that, I mean, dead kids are dead kids, and the thing is, we were also complicit in the Syrian war.
To civilians killed
We still have to answer for that.
was higher than it is
Correct.
right now in Gaza.
Imagine not valuing the life of others. It's incredibly just ghoulish. Like, I look at all these people as demons. Like, there are days that I kind of wish I was still religious so I could just, like, at least go, like, no, like, God will strike these people down because they are demons. Like, these people are just fucking evil. They are the definition of evil. But this is also where I kind of go, oh, this kind of flies in the face of everybody kind of inherently being born good. I'm willing to have that debate.
I just told you all of those wars.
Is that true? Because then you have this motherfucker,
You
like,
can fact
seriously,
check
like,
me.
in these. The saddest part is this guy, like, he actually worships God.
All you would like. The reality is, and this is why you have John Spencer on repeatedly from West Point, Israel has one of the lowest combatant to civilian ratios in modern warfare. They're operating in a dense.
Yeah, but I've
urban
also had
environment.
lots of military people who don't agree with it.
Where's your decency, man?
Thank you, fucking Anna
And
Base.
where's your decency? Seriously,
None.
where is
He
your
has none.
decency? Do you not see the videos? Do you not see the starving children? 19.
He doesn't. The thing is, he's shaking. He's literally shaking because he understands just how, dude. This is like the sad but also kind of like good part is at least these people are on like these streams or like these shows saying these things because we can, once all this is over, they're gonna be the ones that it's like, hey, you remember this?
Kids.
Like, it's going to be the most justifiable case of cancel culture on the entire, like, in all of it.
Died of
It's like, hey, you fucking Nazi.
starvation over the last 48
Oh, yeah. You remember what you said? Well, we do. Here's your appearance.
hours. Where is your decency? I get that you're Jewish. I get that this is about your identity. I get that you want to defend your people. But sometimes you can't defend the indefensible.
Yep.
How many people need to die for you to be pleased with this slaughter campaign that's currently going on?
Yep.
How many? Tell me. When is it enough for you?
funny.
And no one is buying the lie that that the genocide would end if Hamas releases the hostages. I'm not going to believe for
POWs.
a second that Israel gives a damn about the hostages because they've been
POWs. No, you guys want to have like war rules and like, well, civilian casualties are to be expected in any war.
bombing
POWs.
the Gaza Strip. They've been blocking humanitarian aid from entering the Gaza Strip.
No one cares until they see it. Otherwise, it's just numbers and stats. Yep.
That not only impacts
Yeah, honestly, that's why like it took so long for people to to get involved is because the only place you were seeing it was on Twitter, and then all of a sudden you didn't see as much of it.
Palestinians who are being slaughtered by Israel.
The thing is, this is why I think that it was being facetiously pushed to the left, because they were I don't want to call it concern trolling, but I think that Elon was weaponizing our empathy and doing it in a way where he was using it as a political tool.
But it also,
I mean, at this point, how can I not look at that as a little bit of a conspiracy because of the way that everything fucking worked out?
obviously is going to impact
And then all of a sudden, he has his outs with the fucking Trump administration, and then it's just like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should be pushing more of this.
the hostages. No one is buying this dog and pony show, okay? It's so
Hate MAGA terms, but he is a soy boy.
obvious
Yeah.
what Israel is doing here. They're even bombing Syria because they allegedly
He makes. I'm ashamed as a fellow clear glasses wearer. I am ashamed of this man.
care about
He is not owned. He is not one of us. He is not owned by the clear glasses
the
community.
Druze. It's not about the Druze. By the way, that Syrian civil war,
They're stained by his makeup anyway.
Israel was part of that proxy war that you have Israel part of, the United States part of, Turkey a part of.
Oh, God damn it. Did I really just lose Twitch? Hold on. Oh, no, I'm still on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, okay, hold on. I just got a update from my power company. Give me a second. Shit, is my power about to go out? Please tell me this is in our area. Please tell me this is in our area. All right, that's the next block over. Okay. Yeah. We're experiencing some stuff here. Give me 1 second. How long? How long? How long? It's gonna be about 15 minutes. Okay.
All sorts of countries were
All right, guys, just so you know, for the next 15 minutes, there might be an interruption in service.
involved in that proxy war. It was absolutely horrific.
This sucks. I'm sorry that this is going on. This is out of my control. There's nothing I can really do.
And now, of course, Israel is taking full advantage of the situation to annex more land from Syria again. But
Well,
anyway,
okay.
continue. Tell me where your human decency
Well,
is.
I have to say, as someone who grew up on the far left, actually watching you, Anna, and Cenk Uygur on the Young Turks, it's very, very sad for me personally to see just how far gone politically you have become.
I don't care.
Audible discharge is not, excuse me, stop interrupting. Audible discharge is not a usurpation of a coherent argument. You simply saying that I'm using my Jewish identity, this has nothing to do with my Jewish identity. It has to do with politics.
It is
has
about
to do
your
with
Jewish
war.
identity.
It has to do-
Literally,
Okay, you are-
everyone in the international community
Anna?
sees this for what it is,
Anna?
and you can't.
Anna?
You can't.
Anna?
How many people need to die?
You know, again, you are double my age. I encourage you to use the decorum of a 7-year-old and stop interrupting. You interrupt every other.
Double your age, you fuck. What?
Kindly
I'm
just
not-
shut
No,
up.
no, no.
Now, here's the
What are you, 18?
issue.
I
In
don't
no
care
war-
about
in no
decorum
war-
when
Wait a minute. 38.
we're talking about endless
All right, but you must
slaughter
let him
happening
answer.
that we're paying for.
All right, but Anna, look, you must let him answer.
Okay, go ahead.
So again, this question of
I mean, that just makes me think he's a little shit.
how many civilians? How many civilians? No one asked that question in World War I. No one asked that question in World War II. No one asked that question in the Korean War. No one asked that question in the Vietnam
This is unacceptable. You should try and control the weather for us.
War. No one asked that question in Iraq and Afghanistan because you do not judge the efficacy, the validity, or the justification of a war depending on how many civilians are killed. If you truly want
All of a sudden, the power goes out.
to end the killing of civilians, then I would urge you to use your platform and use the Young Turks to advocate for a ceasefire, the expurgation.
I've seen other streamers having similar issues. It's all on Twitch's end this today because I'm all clear on Streamlabs. I'm all clear on YouTube. So yeah, that is on Twitch's end there. I like how I'm simultaneously also having connection issues specifically because they're saying that
dismantlement of Hamas.
Don't tell me what to use the Young Turks for.
All
I
right,
will
let me
use
go.
the Young
All right,
Turks
let me go to
give a
Gideon.
voice to
Hang
the
on,
voiceless,
hang
to
on.
the powerless.
Okay.
Not to people who have all the power in the world and use it to slaughter innocent people.
Okay, let me come
Anyway,
to Gideon to be
continue. Sorry to
waiting.
interrupt you again.
Let me come
I
to
can't help it.
Gideon, please. Now, everybody knows how much I enjoy my tea, and I'm very happy to say.
Yeah, you do.
Gideon,
look at the
it
way
seems
you
to me
just
the
let that happen.
problem with those like Shabbos trying to defend all this and saying how pleased they are with it all, is that you've also got people like Smodrich in the Israeli government, the finance minister, one of the key members of that government, very openly talking now about a form of ethnic cleansing, where all the Palestinians, in his words, would be cleansed from Gaza. And this is clearly, it seems to me, becoming ever more obviously what the bigger plan may be here, which is that actually Israel's defense forces make it so uninhabitable, Gaza, by just blowing it all to pieces, that actually they say, well, you can't go back and live there to the Palestinians. You're going to have to all leave. And then they leave, and then Israel takes it over. I think that's exactly
what's going on?
What people
You're
like
still here.
Smodrich want, and that is not a form of self-defense to what happened on October the 7th. It's an ethnic cleansing of a population out of their homeland. What do you say to that?
Unfortunately, the problem is not Smotrich. Unfortunately, the problem is Israeli society, which is either supporting or quite passive and apathetical. Smotrich is the face of Israel, I'm afraid to say. He says loudly and in a very vulgar way things that you can understand for many, many other Israelis, maybe the majority, who sits at home, who doesn't watch anything of what's going on in Gaza, who has no interest in what's going on in Gaza, and sits, and then comes
I'll be right back. I gotta go reset
someone
something.
like our friend in the team now, who is even proud in it. Can you believe that a Jew, a human being, an American, can be proud of starvation, of mass murder, of genocide? I mean, this stage, really, here I remain speechless. I can understand if the Israeli propaganda tries to explain, to cover up, to spread lies, to talk about self-defense, to talk about killing Hamas, to talk about the fact that it's about Israel's security. But to be proud...
Were there any hiccups there? Because if it was smooth, that means that it worked.
...of what we are doing, to be proud of slaughtering 20,000 children, how can a human being get out
It's an app for women to gossip and research about men on dating apps. Oh, hey, that's cool.
those words out of his mouth? This is not human.
It's at 8. I'm like 5 minutes from the spot. Oh, okay,
I'm
cool.
really sorry. Only the Nazis spoke like
Smooth? Oh, good.
Like this.
Good. All right. Woo, that is a success.
I repeat, only the Nazis were proud of mass killing and genocides.
Okay, well, Shabbos, you should respond to that.
Sure, I'm certainly not proud of mass starvation because there isn't any. I'm proud of the fact that
hang on. The IDF literally, for 3 months, starved the population in a blockade. There was no secret about that. Everybody saw it for what it was. So I'm afraid you're just not right about that. They only recently ended that blockade. So they are starving the population, which is, by the way, a war crime if you do that.
Piers, do you know how many meals the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation
spare me all this.
Spare me.
It's like when I did a list, honestly. Shabbos, I did a list, Shabbos. I did a list. Hang on.
Hang on. To starve a population, why would you give them 85 million meals in the last month and a half?
I know. They're all overfed. I know.
Why is there more aid going into Gaza post-October 7th than pre-October 7th? I cannot name another war in
and you know the
modern
problem, Shabbos?
Oh, I want to see this guy. Like, you ever seen the movie Thinner?
Is actually
receiving
aid from the enemy.
Oh, if there was ever a karmatic fucking ending for this guy.
I know.
That is what I'm proud of.
It's amazing. Look, Shabbos, here's the thing. Unfortunately, you sound like the people who have started to defend the indefensible when it comes to what Israel's government is doing. And I'll tell you why. After all
that shirt is morphing into a pretty brown shirt there, guy.
All these attacks on Palestinians as they're queuing up for food, the IDF says basically the same thing. Either they were firing warning shots or they felt they were being threatened by some people.
These debates are dumb when the point is to win the argument instead of getting to the truth. I don't know. This one's a little bit more shamey than your average Piers debate. Because plus, I'm going to enjoy the catharsis that Anna and Piers are, and I forgot this gentleman's name, are here to shame this guy in the middle. Like, this dude it's showing how indefensible his positions are, but it's also showing how these people are still playing this fucking game.
Or they've launched an inquiry or an investigation, and we never get the results of any of this. But in the meantime, 1,000 people who are desperately hungry and are
hey, why mango?
Queuing for food,
remember
even
that?
though you say they've got plenty of food, there are thousands stampeding for the small amounts of food that they can get their hands on, even though you say they're not hungry because you've overfed them, right? That all these people are just dropping dead. And it's got nothing to do with the fact the IDF are firing towards them, when everybody knows it does. And this is the problem when you defend the indefensible. It would have so much more credibility if the IDF just once said, you know what, we did. We shot at them, and like you said, you're very proud of everything they're doing. And if they were to proudly own this and explain why they need to shoot starving people who are stampeding for fragments of food, maybe we'd all take a lot more seriously the other claims they make. And the other point I'd make, Showers, is when you now just tell me I'm talking nonsense and they're all overfed and no one's getting killed and it's all on Hamas.
Hannah's about to fucking like turn into She-Hulk. Holy crap. I'm actually like kind of scared for this guy right now. Let her go, Piers. Just unclip it. Come on.
The Israeli government refuses to let any international media into Gaza. And it's not because of the quaint notion that they're worried about the safety of journalists, because they've killed over 200 Palestinian journalists. They don't care about the health and safety of journalists, and it's not their business to decide about the safety requirements of journalists. It's the business of the organizations that employ them. But until Israel's government allows foreign media into Gaza to verify its endless, in my opinion, utterly disingenuous statements, then no one should believe a word they're now saying. Because why should we? Why should we? Why should we believe anything that the Israeli government is saying about any of this when they don't want the world's media to see it? After October the 7th, what was the first thing they did? They brought the world's media into the kibbutzes to see the full horror of what Hamas did to verify the truth. But they won't apply that same thinking to verifying the truth in Gaza. And as a journalist, I know why they don't want to do that. They don't want people to see the truth. They're hiding the truth. That enables them to lie with impunity and to discount any responsibility for anything they're doing. And if I sound angry about this, it's because I'm bloody angry about it. Because it's so obvious that they don't want people to see the truth. And you can sit here and you can say...
It's just weird how, like, everybody's kind of coming to the same...
Till you're blue in the teeth.
It's almost like it's because, again, they realized this is the end game, and eventually they're gonna see everything. So it's like, we have one choice to make here. Are we going to be like responsible for this? Which we are.
There's nothing going on that's wrong.
But now you got guys like Piers Morgan that are just figuring out. It's like, oh shit, I was totally running cover for this.
Nothing to see here. It's all on Hamas. No one's starving anyone. No one's shooting anyone in food aids. No one's doing anything wrong. This is the most moral army in the world. Well, okay. So let the journalists in and we can see for ourselves just how true that all is.
So after listening to that disquisition, let me say this. You're certainly entitled to your opinions, but you're not entitled to your own facts. I agree with you. The Israel Foreign Ministry and the Israel Defense Forces should let journalists like yourself, Piers, not only into Gaza, but also into the Kerem Shalom border crossing, so you can see with your own eyes, the way I have seen, the more than 800 humanitarian aid trucks that were going into Gaza on a daily basis. I never once said that
why
there's
are they
no
stampeding for food? If they're so overfed, why are they stampeding for food?
Piers, I defend you constantly. You are not an anti-Semite, obviously, but I do understand why people have trepidation coming on your show, because they allow you to speak for 5 minutes, and the moment I try to make a point, you interrupt. So if you allow me just 2 minutes to make my point, and then you can tell me why my opinion is wrong.
Okay.
Just make your point.
Make your
Stop
point.
crying about it.
No, that's a valid thing to say. It's fine. I don't want to keep interrupting people. That's fine. Go on.
I appreciate it. Let me say as follows. I agree with you. Journalists should be allowed into...
Don't give British Dracula any credit. He saw his ratings drop.
Into Gaza. I imagine...
trust me, he doesn't get the credit.
No, the Israeli...
Happy Gilmore 2's out today.
Position is, well, we can't allow journalists into
Maybe I'll watch it on Sunday.
Gaza, because of the accusations from individuals like
I gotta try and see Fantastic Four.
Like Piers Morgan or Annalise Baron, is that we are killing journalists indiscriminately, and then journalists were to end up being killed because Gaza is an active war zone. You can imagine what that would do on the PR front. Never mind the fact that British military rule does not allow journalists into active combat zones. So what you are saying is we should apply a double standard to Israel, that they need to allow journalists into an active war zone, but no other Western country needs to follow the same procedures. Even with that double standard, I would concede that point. I agree journalists should be allowed in.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right.
Good evening. I don't want to say the other, but hey, have fun, and I hope everything goes well. So, good luck. What am I saying?
Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call American financing.
Sorry,
As for starvation,
had a little bit of my
once
old
said that people
superstition
are being
come out
over-
where I'd just be like, can you please not say good luck when I'm playing a hockey game? Please?
I never once said that what the IDF is doing inherently all the time is good. What I am saying is the IDF has taken measures that no other Western country has ever taken in modern warfare. The fact that they drop leaflets on buildings telling civilians to evacuate because there are known Hamas entities in those buildings. The fact that they have provided more aid into Gaza post-October 7th.
Wow, I never realized how little I care about Adam Sandler now.
Than pre-October 7th is something
weird.
I'm very proud of. And if you believe that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is
I think he just kind of figured it out too, where he's just like, oh, I'm irrelevant. Oh shit.
not doing enough,
Because he's like going on a tour and stuff too.
People as
I mean, I think that his kids just like got to the age where they're leaving the house, so like he's got empty nester thing where he's just like, I'm a kind of bored.
they're waiting in line for humanitarian aid. Dozens of people get shot and killed literally every single day.
That was like literally his whole shtick.
Every single day as they're waiting for food. No, I'm not gonna let you filibuster.
It's not a fucking war, no.
Bitch. I'm not gonna let you.
Oh! I might be a fan of Anna.
Filibuster. I'm not going to let you
Again.
filibuster. You guys are totally okay with IDF soldiers shooting and killing desperate people waiting for humanitarian aid. You're okay with that. I find it so unbelievably evil.
Zennials that peaked in high school are probably overjoyed.
Unbelievably evil. It shocks my conscience and my soul that people as evil as this exist in this world. Okay, watching these images, looking at these videos, seeing all these kids, desperate, hungry, parentless, trapped in Gaza, and you're sitting here and you're defending it. I can't stand it. I can't listen to it. The filibustering is unbearable. It's unbearable.
And what
It's
I tell you
unbearable.
what,
I can't take it. How
let
can
me-
you
let me-
watch all those kids die
Okay,
and be
let me
okay
bring
with it?
Gideon
Yeah, look at him.
back.
He's evil.
Yeah, will you call it Hamas right
He's fucking evil. He's
now? Just
fucking evil. You're dude, seriously. Holy shit. What sucks is that like evil doesn't look like the demons, the cool aesthetic that we, you know, associate it with, like this shit. You know, it's not this. It's this motherfucker.
surrender and release the hostages? Do it. Do it right now. Say, I am
High-faced little shit.
Hamas. I called out Hamas from the very beginning. I've got no love for Hamas. It's a terrorist organization. What they did was wrong. I cried over the atrocities that they engaged in on October 7th. But you know what's so disgusting? You want to? Yes, I did. You should watch The Young Turks. That's where you'll see exactly what I had to say about Hamas after October 7th. I even trashed elements of the left who refused to criticize Hamas for what they did. Okay, so you don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to that issue.
Okay, you made that
But
clear.
you can't on one hand.
All right.
Nice shirt though. Oh, thank you.
You can't on one hand talk about the injustice of what Hamas did and then turn around and say it's okay if Israel does it times 1,000.
Okay, let me bring Gideon back in here. Gideon, my big issue, other than the slaughter of so many civilians now, which seems to be almost accelerating now on a daily basis, with no control valve at all. Now we have a full new wave of ground invasion. God knows how many more civilians are going to get killed with this. But my real problem is, what is the supposed goal here, right? I believe Smodrich when he says he wants to cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. Okay, but how does any of this make Israel safer? How does any of this help Jews around the world who want to get on with their lives and not have to feel threatened when they walk out of their front door? How does any of this do anything but what the critics of it, including allies and friends of Israel, say is just fomenting the hatred, fomenting the ideology that Israel just wants to kill all the Arabs it can, which I don't believe is what they want to do at all. But I do believe that out of what happened October the 7th, there's been a collective meltdown of common sense from Israel's government.
She's pissed.
And they're now just on a never-ending rampage with no apparent goal, which makes any
I don't think she can see him.
Sense to anybody else.
Which I think if she could, she would be like breaking the screen.
Here we differ, Pierce. I used to think like you until the recent weeks. Now I'm so deeply convinced that there is a goal, a very clear goal. And the goal is the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. It is systematic.
Wow.
It is well planned. And listen to what I have to say.
That is literally anger of if she were to walk into a room, you'd just be like, hey, Anna. And if she shot you a look, you'd just be like, never mind.
All the Holocaust in history started with moving populations and concentrating them in one concentration camp. Israel is doing it by the time we are talking now. Secondly, Israel is destroying the Gaza Strip systematically. It's not anymore a building here, a headquarters there, a school here, a shelter there. No, it's systematic destruction with huge companies who do it for a lot of money. Destruction of Gaza, which
I'm not alone. I have books.
Make it
I kind of like that.
Unlivable. We want Gaza to become unlivable in order that the Palestinians will leave Gaza. Stop thinking that there is no goal. The goal is crystal clear now. I don't know if it will be achieved, but it is crystal clear, and it's not Smotrich. It's not only Smotrich. It's the army, it's the government, it's big parts of Israeli public opinion. To destroy Gaza, make it unlivable.
Yeah, if she was a Saiyan, she would totally be in Super Saiyan mode right now.
To push them to the southern part of the
I mean, she damn near went Super Saiyan 3 on that motherfucker.
Gaza Strip, to put them in concentration camps.
He is beyond hateable.
In which they will be longing to the days that they were starving in the Muasa and in other places, because life there will be much more of the hell. And then, according to the plan, and they said it, whoever will want to leave will be able to leave to other countries. So we are watching, by the time we are talking now, a horrible plan, a satanic plan of ethnic cleansing of Gaza. There is a goal, it's very clear, and the world has to do something immediately to stop it before it will be too late.
Shabbos, would you like to see the Palestinians out of Gaza? Do you agree with Smotrich?
Absolutely not. And I'm very proud of the fact that when I was living in New York City, I drove 4 hours to Washington, D.C. pre-October 7th to protest Bezalel Smotrich. Bezalel Smotrich represents a fringe minority of the Israeli populace. One of the trade-offs of living in a democracy, which of course Gaza is not, Iran is not, Syria is not, Lebanon is not, Jordan is not. Israel is the only democracy. And one of the trade-offs is you live with individuals who have reprehensible views. That's what living in a democracy is all about. And I'm thankful that individuals like Bezalel Smotrich are not part of the war cabinet. When you talk about what are the stated aims of the war, the Prime Minister has stated them numerous times. Right now, an American citizen, Omer Nutra, an American citizen, Itai Chen, their bodies are being held by Hamas in captivity. So when you ponder, well, what are the goals of the war? They're very simple, and they've been repeated on national television.
So now they're just the bodies of... So we just know these people are already dead. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? We're doing this, and now he's saying that it's like, oh, it's the remains.
Since October.
Go! Oh my fucking God. Gross.
October 7th. Give back the hostages.
I want to... Oh, dude, this guy... I wish he was just sitting like a carnival at, you know, like the thing where you throw the baseball. Except you just get to hit this guy with a steel chair just over and over and over.
Both the living ones and the ones you have killed.
God, I would love to see him on an episode of The Boys, if you know what I'm saying.
And force Hamas into exile. And instead of putting the pressure on the dictatorial Islamic regime that have...
You lie me.
have obliterated any chance the Palestinians have of freedom of movement, freedom of expression, their own state. Instead, you've put pressure on the individuals who are responding to an actual genocide that occurred on October
get to this guy.
7th when Hamas tried to kill every last Jew they could find. I believe in a two-state solution. I believe and I want Palestinians to have their own state in the same way that Jews have their own state. The problem is there is one entity that does not believe in that, and that is the entity that is calling from the freeing of Palestine of all Jews from the river to the sea. So if you are pondering, if you are asking, what are the stated aims? Give back the hostages. Can someone please explain why Hamas has the bodies of Thai hostages? Why
he should be Homelander's personal assistant.
Africans. Why they took babies. No one can articulately make a
Oh shit, yeah. I forgot about her at the end of that season.
rational claim for that, and no one can articulately make the claim as to why Hamas thought it would be a good idea to slaughter innocent civilians on October 7th and then assume there would not be any military response.
Well,
As
no,
for the
I don't
argument-
think. I think you're missing what I would say. Well, hang on.
Pierce, let me
Hang
just say
on.
one
Well,
sentence.
Yes, please do. Get in.
The atrocities of the 7th of October were horrible. I was there the next day. I saw it in my own eyes. I will never forget it. Ever since then, Israel committed 1,000 7th of October. You understand it? 1,000 7th of October Israel committed. The children, if you take the numbers, the figures, the way that they are being killed, you see that we cannot claim again and again about the 7th of October and justify with the 7th of October all those horrible crimes against humanity which are taking place. There is a stage in which this is unacceptable anymore. You cannot again and again try to remind us about the terrible things that happened on the 7th of October and the 20 living hostages. You know that every 6 minutes, every 6 hours, Israel is killing 20 people? And they are as innocent as the hostages, among them many children. So stop with the 7th of October.
Dude, this guy.
It's unacceptable to rely only on this and to say the 7th of October enable us to go crazy and to do those crimes. And second point, stop speaking about Smotrich. The concentration camp in Rafiah is the idea of Israel Katz, Minister of Defense, nothing to do with Smotrich. Netanyahu let all this happen. It's not Smotrich. The idea of the humanitarian center or city, whatever, is clearly a stage on the way to transfer them. They say it, not I say. They say that they will be able to get out of this concentration camp only if they move to another country. This is ethnic cleansing. And it's not Smotrich. It is the Israeli government, the whole government behind it.
And Shabbos, just to be clear, if it turns out that is indeed what this Israeli government is moving to do, and they do attempt to expel all the Palestinians out of Gaza, would you categorize that as a war crime? And would you say that Netanyahu and the others responsible should then be tried in The Hague?
Piers, let me be clear. If there is a forced permanent displacement of the Palestinian people, I will gladly go back on your show to denounce it. However, what the co-panelists are distinguishing, or excuse me, what they're blurring, is what has been done in every single war fought in modern warfare and with what Israel seeks to be doing now, which apparently is ethnic cleansing. If you truly believe, as my co-panelists have suggested, that the Palestinian people are facing a genocide, if you truly believe that they're experiencing a discriminate bombardment, then you would do everything in your power to ensure that the innocent civilian population are safely evacuated temporarily so that Israel can kill the terrorists who have embedded themselves in civilian populations, like schools, like hospitals, like nursing homes. The problem is every time Israel or Western countries suggest doing that, suggest moving a refugee population the same way we have moved any refugee population, it's called ethnic cleansing. So then the alternative, okay, but then you would have civilians living in a dense urban environment where they are exposed to warfare. And then they die because that happens as a consequence of starting a war you have no hope of losing. So it's sort of a catch-22. Either we can safely evacuate them to Egypt, which, by the way, also shares a border with Gaza and has zero interest in taking the Palestinian population, or we can say, well, if you're not willing to safely evacuate them into humanitarian corridors, then you are exposing them to danger in warfare. But it seems like my co-panelists are suggesting that is preferable. That, to me, is something I cannot understand. That is not rational. That is not liberal. That is not justified. justified. We should safely evacuate civilians, take out Hamas and the dictatorial tyrannical regime, and then once the war is finished, you can safely repopulate Gaza with the same civilian population and build Gaza into what it was meant to be when Israel left Gaza in 2005, which again, to your point of ethnic cleansing, Israel is doing a pretty shitty job of ethnic cleansing when A, there are more Gazans post-October 7th alive than there were pre-October 7th, and B, Israel has given up Gaza in 2005. They gave up the Sinai Peninsula in 1979. They have consistently given up land in the name of peace. You know how much land the other Arab nations have given up? Zero, because their starting position from 1948 was the eradication of the Jew from the river to the sea. And that's what the root of this conflict is all about, is the inability of the Palestinian leadership to recognize the fruitfulness.
Your fucking victim complex is showing.
Of coexistence and peace. I believe in coexistence and peace. I believe the war should end. You know who doesn't?
Are you going to let him
All
filibuster?
right, final word to Anna.
The same. Okay.
Say,
final
yeah,
word.
I mean, call Piers out too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If this was really about getting the hostages back, then Israel wouldn't be raining terror on the Palestinians in the West Bank, which is a separate territory, which was not governed by Hamas, but they are raining terror on them. They're allowing these terrorist settlers to run Palestinians out of their homes. They're bulldozing homes. They're building additional illegal settlements. They're openly talking about annexing the West Bank, by the way. So all of these talking points are so easy to dismantle. Why should Egypt clean up your mess? Why doesn't Israel absorb the Palestinian people in Tel Aviv or some other part of Israel if they're so concerned about civilians getting killed? It's because they're not concerned about civilians getting killed. They do want ethnic cleansing. They want to force Egypt, which, by the way, is having overpopulation issues of its own, to absorb a problem that was created by Israel and the United States. And no one is under this ridiculous impression that this would just be a temporary relocation of the Palestinian people. Why did Benjamin Netanyahu use the Greater Israel map in the very beginning of this genocide? Publicly, during a press conference. He did it because this is all about the Greater Israel Project. He believes, first of all, he's totally against the Oslo Accords, has been from the very beginning. There are videos of him from when he's in his 20s talking about how the Palestinians should not be allowed to have their own state, their own right to self-determination. We're not stupid, Shabbos, okay? We're not idiots. We see it clearly. You can say whatever you want to say, and the same talking points are regurgitated over and over again. We're not buying it because we can see the facts on the ground. And Gideon Levy, let me just say to you, God bless you. Thank you so much for speaking out, because I know that there are people out there who have the wrong impression of the Israeli people overall. And I'm talking about civilian people. But there are wonderful Israelis.
I've said this on this program.
There are people who have the humanity in their hearts and their souls. They see what's happening. They're against it. Wonderful Jews all over the world, including here in the United States, who are protesting against the atrocities that are being committed against the Palestinian people. So thank you, because it's important for people like you to speak out, to at least provide a counter to the narratives and the lies that provide cover for the slaughter that we're seeing right now in Gaza. So thank you.
Well said.
Thank you so
all.
much.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Well, many influential people have been tagging both me and Dave Smith over the past few days, demanding to know why our apparent wicked anti-Israel bias has prevented us from discussing the Druze in Syria. So I thought we could address that head on. Dave Smith was supposed to be debating Guria Eland on that issue and others, but Guria has just decided he is otherwise engaged, perhaps after listening to the last part of this debate. Well, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, has not disappeared.
Interesting. He was going to have a second debate.
He's remained with me. Thank you, Dave, for sticking with the program. Yeah, I'm sorry that your fellow debater has done a runner, but he obviously didn't like what he was hearing.
Well, I'll take it. I'll win this one by default.
Let's just talk first of all about this situation with the Druze in Syria. You know, I've been accused of not saying anything. There was a post today of an apparent Druze being executed in cold blood. I said it was absolutely horrific. I think anyone being executed in cold blood, it's a horror story. What is your take on what is happening there? Is Israel justified in defending the Druze in Syria?
Oh, absolutely not. And I don't believe for a second that they are defending the Druze in Syria. I mean, to me, it seems, especially, just think about the conversation you were just having. We're supposed to believe now that the Israelis are just so But
He
you know,
looks
I
comfy.
saw who was it? Oh, it was one of the neocons I saw.
Knowing him, it's probably a
tweeting the other
God,
day.
what
He
is
goes,
it?
I've just
It's one of his
seen
sponsors.
the
Fuck it. They actually sponsor Sam Cedar.
footage of the Druze being killed, and it's just heartbreaking to see. Like, we're really supposed to believe that that's what's motivating them, yet we've seen 1,000 times more footage coming right next door in Gaza, and that hasn't motivated them to stop. But the crazy thing, as you pointed out, that I've been tagged by so many of these Israel defenders is that, look, I hate the term whataboutism. I hate when people use it. I think it gets used incorrectly, and it gets used to stifle people,
to literally
putting things
stifle an argument, because it's like, that's half of what a debate is what about this?
into context often. But this,
don't
first
give
of all,
me- don't
really
give me
does seem
points.
like an example of just being like, well, you're concerned with the people dying here. How come you're not talking about the people dying there, which is not a legitimate defense? It would be like telling someone to stop doing archaeology because we need, what about cancer research? Well, okay, we can all specialize and focus on different
As
things.
comfy as that UGG
specifically in the
Snuggie.
case of
This is true.
Syria, it's so outrageous
forget
because
about that.
as you well know, Pierce, I mean, it was for many years, going all the way back to 2011, it was the policy of Israel, the
Did I ever set a price for
United States of America, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to
remember I was
attempt
gonna
to
reset.
overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And they had a years-long campaign. I mean, the Saudis sent suicide bombers in. The United States of America poured billions of dollars into the conflict, well past the point where they knew it was getting into the hands of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and they lied about the moderate rebels. But even Barack Obama at the time had admitted that the idea that there was some moderate rebel fighting force that was going to get in between Bashar al-Assad's army and ISIS and conquer both of them was ridiculous. Now, as you know the history, Russia came in, Putin intervened, and kind of prevented that regime change for a while, and then ultimately they got it. But Israel was bragging, Netanyahu himself was bragging after Bashar al-Assad was overthrown, or after he fled, that Israel had paved the way for this situation. So myself and many other people in the non-interventionist libertarian camp had been screaming now for nearly 15 years that this will be a catastrophe.
You think these guys wear headphones just for looks? No, he's using it so he can actually hear Piers.
As bad as Bashar al-Assad may be,
it's the same thing with me. Like sometimes, whenever I'm talking to somebody, I will definitely wear headphones just because it's much easier to hear.
It was obvious and
it doesn't cause feedback issues.
Who was going to take power if this vacuum was created. And of course, Jelani moved in, and now we have Al-Qaeda essentially in charge of Syria. And very predictably, this is a bad situation for the Christians and the Druze and other minorities in the country who were, let's say, reasonably protected historically under Assad by regional standards. And so, yeah, it's terrible what's happening there. I don't believe that the motivating factor for Israel bombing them is the protection of the innocent civilians. And I think that this is kind of further evidence that the quest for regime change in Syria was an unwise policy to pursue.
I mean, you could look back in the whole century at regime change, in Libya, in Iraq, everywhere. And incredibly unpalatable though it may seem, it's very rarely can you point to any of it that's ever actually worked, for the reasons we may now be seeing in Syria. It all sounds good, but actually, where's it worked?
Well, I mean, look, the examples that people would point to would be Germany and Japan as historically, and look, to be completely fair here to the other side, I mean, those are pretty...
Hey, thanks for the subscription, man. Appreciate it.
Remarkable examples. I remember I read Henry Kissinger's book, World Order, which, by the way, try reading a Henry Kissinger book without hearing it in Henry Kissinger's voice in your mind. It's an impossible challenge. But he says, in the opening of the book, he says that the greatest U.S. president ever was Truman. And now, while I disagree with his assessment on this,
did he have his magic motor bag?
But you could see from Kissinger's point of view, he goes, look, the greatest achievement ever by an American president was to defeat Germany and Japan and then bring them back into the world order. And however you feel about that, that is a pretty remarkable achievement. But let's not kid ourselves. What did it take in order to do that?
But also, let me rephrase my statement. I wasn't talking that far back in history. I'm talking about since the Arab Spring. and all the uprisings there. Because I've been on CNN for like a month when that was going on, and I just remember it all. I remember everyone feeling like, well, this is going to be great for all these countries.
Yes.
And actually,
people got swept up in it.
And the hard reality is that it sounds great, but the reality often is it just creates mayhem.
Yes. But so anyway, the point I was making is that you have to go that far back into history. We had to go to total war against the civilian population and take innocent civilian life in staggering numbers like we have never happened before in the history of the world. But also, you'd even have to ignore the precursor to World War II, which was World War I, when Woodrow Wilson said we're going to make the world safe for democracy. And the world certainly wasn't safe for democracy at the time. It was monarchs who ruled all of Europe. But when those monarchs were overthrown, what rose up was Lenin and Stalin and Adolf Hitler. And so even before those examples, we should have gone in knowing that regime change is a very risky game. And of course, to your point, the entire run of regime changes post 9/11 and those, starting before the Arab Spring, but through it and after it, every last one of them has been a catastrophe. And so this is one of the things I was warning about a few weeks back when Donald Trump was talking about regime change, and a lot of the war hawks were advocating for it in Iran. And they're trying to convince you, Pierce, that the son of the Shah is going to walk in and take over, and it's going to be liberal 70s Iran again. But there's simply no guarantee of that. And much like we're seeing now in Syria, we saw in Libya, we saw in Egypt, we saw in Yemen, we saw in Afghanistan, and we saw in Iraq. And these regime changes led to a far worse catastrophe than we had before them.
Do you think there should be regime change in Israel?
Well, I mean, I certainly wouldn't advocate a regime change war there because I've all the points I just made and I've seen how that worked. But in terms of there's lots of countries in the world I'd like to see the regime change. I'd love to see a regime change in North Korea and in Iran too, just not one that was imposed by outside force. And so certainly
I meant a kind of organic one where Netanyahu's been delaying having an election. If there was an election, it just seems completely baffling to me that a majority of Israelis, and the polls suggest this is not the case, that they're not utterly repulsed by what is being done in their name now in Gaza. You could easily construct, as I have done, a defense of what the Israeli government did to dismantle Hezbollah. Incredibly surgical, extremely successful from a military perspective, very little civilian casualties. You could just say that was an exemplar attack against a terror group, which was very successful.
Give me 1 second.
Similarly, I would defend their right to do what they did in Iran. I think you feel differently, but other people, take sides either way. But again, it was pretty surgical. There wasn't much civilian loss of life as it went on. It clearly did have a big dismantling effect on a lot of Iran's ability, perhaps, to progress to nuclear weapons. So you can see the logic here, but I see no logic whatsoever for this indiscriminate carnage now in Gaza, or where it's leading, other than exactly where Smodrich said 3-4 weeks ago it was leading, which is the expulsion of all Palestinians, which would be just a clear example of a ethnic cleansing war crime.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And look, I mean, we may disagree a little bit about the Iranian situation, but there's no question, right? The one in Gaza is the one that's just totally indefensible. I mean, when you think about it, it was well, if I do my math right here, it was 19 months ago that South Africa brought their genocide case to the International Court of Justice, and the court ruled that it was plausibly a genocide then. And now, almost over a year and a half later, we're sitting here and the IDF is shooting at starving people as they're desperately trying to get a tiny bit of food. They're setting up a concentration camp and they're openly talking about ethnic cleansing. They can call it relocation or transfer, but this is just pathetic euphemisms at this point. And so to be this a year and a half plus after they were credibly accused of genocide, I mean, this is indefensible. And I completely agree with you, Pierce. It's shocking that the Israeli people, who I do not, through all this time, I have never once condemned the people of Israel. I always keep it to their government and the neoconservatives and the war hawks. But I am shocked because there are good people in Israel, and it's shocking that they're not morally appalled by this, particularly given the history that us Jews have and how connected to that so many Jewish people are, that they'd be on the other side of this genocide. But then on top of that, I'm almost more baffled by their own instincts for self-preservation, that they don't simply read the room and go, we cannot get away with this. Even if we can get away with this politically in the moment, which they might be able to, they have turned global opinion against them, particularly with the younger generation, in a way that simply will never be reversed. Their only course to reverse that would be that organic regime change that me and you were just talking about, would be for the Israeli people to stand up and say, hey, we've had enough, and we simply will not support our government as they do this. And the fact that they don't see the writing on the walls, you know, there's that line from the Simon and Garfunkel song where they say, how does it go? The words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls. There's, you know, look at that, Pierce. You know, you're probably more connected to like the internet culture and the signals of the new media than anybody else. Look at the writing on the walls all around you. Israel will never be thought of the way that people in your generation and my generation thought of this when we were young. You know, the victims of the Holocaust who went and set up their own state for their own independence. The Israelis will now forever be known as the group that inflicted a Holocaust on these poor, trapped people next to them. And I can't believe more of them aren't standing up against it just for their own self-interest.
No, and what concerns me is what Israeli people may be hearing and seeing on their media. It's a bit like in Russia. You know, I'm told by people in Russia, it's just a constant diet of extremely pro-Russian propaganda gets pumped out.
Oh, gee, is it anything like, I don't know, this whole like Trump, like the way that they talk about Trump?
Morning, noon, and night. And that's really what the people hear. And I wonder whether there's a very insular thing going on in Israel with the media too, where it's very difficult if you're not minded to do it, to actively go and seek it, to hear or see anything different on your local Israeli media. You know, I've heard it's incredibly like one-sided and relentless.
I mean, I'm sure there's some truth to that, but I got to say, I mean, I could prosecute an entire case against the Israeli government just using Haaretz and the Times of Israel and the Jerusalem Post.
That's true,
I mean, so it's like, it's not like they don't have access to this information. I mean, that piece, I believe it was titled "A Killing Field" in Haaretz last month, where they got IDF soldiers on the record admitting that they were given, or at least one on the record and a bunch off the record, admitting that they were given orders to shoot at the people desperately trying to get food. And the Israeli government denied the orders were given, and they disputed the number, but they didn't dispute that it was IDF shooting at them. So that excuse, I don't think the Israeli people have that excuse anymore. They also have the internet there, which I don't think is exactly the same as the Russian situation. So they're, you know, I don't know. I'd like to give them an excuse, but I think they do have access to this information.
Just finally, David, let's just talk about the Epstein scandal. It strikes me, whatever you think of it, for the House Speaker, and this has happened just as we were about to chat, Mike Johnson has sent the House into early recess, shutting until September to block a vote calling for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files. He says it's because Democrats are playing political games. All other votes cancelled in order to prevent the vote on Epstein. I mean, this is kind of...
At what point does that just not work anymore? Because, I mean, this can't just constantly just be a fucking left-wing Democratic thing where we constantly we get bombarded with something, then we just get sick of it. It's the same thing with the Epstein stuff. I was genuinely worried that it was just going to get to the point where people are like, do the Donald Trump thing. Are we still talking about Epstein? Wild.
Dictator stuff, isn't it? I mean,
fucking sick of that, and then
a vote,
it's like I was saying, always one-sided where we're just like, yeah, you know what, people are sick of hearing about this.
One Democratic vote, but to make sure a note of others just don't happen either, because you want to, you know, dampen down a raging scandal and not be aware that by doing this almost unprecedented action, you're actually just going to pour fuel onto the flames of the scandal. So it's entirely self-defeating, I think. What's your view?
I completely agree. I mean, I've been shocked by the administration's handling of this. Not so much shocked by the fact that they're not giving us all the evidence or that they want to try to bury this, but simply just the way they've gone about doing this, and that they didn't it seems like they didn't even sit down and have a little powwow and go, okay, so What's our angle here? I mean, Donald Trump himself, who really, if nothing else, is the master at selling, selling in general, selling himself, selling his political program, deflecting criticism off him. But, when he started it off by saying, you're asking me this when there's a storm in Texas, and, it was like, it was out of a cartoon or something. And the fact is, right, I think this is the thing. Okay, like two things nobody can get away from here. Number one, the real problem they have is that anybody who even spent 5 seconds looking at the Jeffrey Epstein story knows that it stinks to high holy heaven. Like, there is something going on here. You just cannot explain all of these coincidences between his rise to prominence, his rise to wealth, his connections to all these people, getting a sweetheart deal, the cameras going out, having Ehud Barak sleeping at his place. Like, we're going to need some type of explanation here. And it can't just be, oh, nothing happened. And then number two, even if you could sell everybody on nothing really happened here, there was no, there was no blackmail, there was no intelligence connection, it's just Jeffrey Epstein. Well, then, if that's the case, can someone explain to me how Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino don't all have to resign in disgrace? Because you stoked the flames of this thing for years. I mean, not only Kash and Dan enriched themselves by stoking the flames of this and promising to get to the bottom of it. Pam Bondi put on that ridiculous stunt where she brought all these right-wing influencers in and said it was volume 1, implying there was much more to come, and then had just tricked all of them and given them stuff that was already in the public record. So even if it's true that there's no there, which I am not buying at all, you're all still implicated for hyping up this thing that I guess you were doing on completely false pretenses.
Yeah, there's an old desert saying, if you take a thirsty camel to the edge of an oasis, you have to give it a drink. I think they forgot. I think they forgot the drink part here, because I had Alina Haber on the show, ramping it up like nobody's business. A clip that's gone massively viral. I'm not surprised. She was saying this incredibly serious, and it's going to have all these names. It's going to be, and then it all just gets mysteriously shut down. And as I keep telling people, it gets shut down about 2 weeks after Elon Musk does his bombshell, Donald Trump's in the files. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to think it's all a bit weird. Anyway, Dave Smith, as always, brilliant. All
right. Crazy, because when Kash Patel was on here, and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people are like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work, because there's nothing I can. The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. And then he didn't know about the Michael Baden stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens when you hang yourself. Even when you leap
is this Mike
from
Baker?
Somewhere with a rope around your
This
neck
is Mike
and
Baker,
it
then
snaps
Jesus
your
Christ.
neck, you never have 3
And he's in a
broken
prison
bones.
cell. He's not launching himself off the first
my
floor
God, I'm
balcony.
so sick
The whole
of
thing
Mike
was
Baker.
nuts. And then he's like, well, we have a film. We're going to release that film. And the film has a fucking minute missing from it.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
Also,
So we're going to finish the rest of this clip, but this is breaking news. So Joe Rogan is continuing his full-blown MAGA rebellion. This is a guy who endorsed Trump, who interviewed Trump, who is really friendly with Kash Patel and other
He's the guy that named his kid Scooter and frickin' Muggsy.
prominent Trump figures, Elon Musk, and
what up, Tony? Why do pundits all say everyone should resign except Trump, the ones who orchestrated everyone's actions? And again, shit doesn't roll downhill.
ever since Trump's disastrous mismanagement of the Epstein files fiasco, Joe Rogan has been increasingly hostile to that and has repeatedly publicly called it out. This time, he's zeroing in on, in particular, FBI Director Kash Patel, whom he interviewed. He was himself from the Trump administration and calling out it's bullshit. But before we unpack all that,
it took you 2.5 minutes to get to before we unpack all that.
You end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. And Rogan's guest here also makes a really compelling point about the profit motive that Kash Patel and Dan
1015 is his fucking license plate.
Bongino, the deputy FBI director, and others had to gas up the Epstein conspiracy theory before they joined the Trump administration in an official capacity.
Yeah, people including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this shit, and this is a huge conspiracy, and then you release a two-page memo that says, yeah, there's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser, red laser moving across your chest.
Yeah, but it's really is. It's so look. You know me, I'm not a conspiracy guy by
you
nature.
Are today.
But I am today. Today, I'm fully on board with this shit.
So listen, this isn't as Rogan is not as consistently furious with the Trump administration as I'd like him to be, given
we get
that they lied to him. Right? And it's not just Rogan. Again, I want to remind you, the Flagrant podcast, which like Rogan,
from
is
that
MAGA
point.
friendly.
I mean, the thing is, you can't do this thing where you're like, I don't get why comedians are listened to in the political sphere like so often, but then also simultaneously, I'm going to use all their content and also use it and acknowledge the fact that they are important to the political sphere because they have a really big audience.
Right? I've got some people in my comments when I did a video about this.
Sorry, that kind of stuff does annoy me, and it almost comes across as just like, how dare these comedians have opinions?
They're like, you can't call Flagrant a MAGA podcast. That's just, no. If you actually listen to them, they say they support a Make America Great Again agenda, an America First agenda. That's why, in part, they backed Trump in this last election. Now, they're not MAGA. Clearly, they're not MAGA in the way that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is, right? But they are spiritually.
There is something. You know, there's something. I can't necessarily figure it out, though. Scott, what is it? What is it? Help me figure it out. Because I've had the same thing. Like, Josiah is actually, like, from all accounts, a pretty decent dude. Very milquetoast in his approach to, covering politics, and also very milquetoast. I mean, look at his decorations and tell me that his personality just screams interesting.
Behind,
I don't know. I've always if he literally looks like he walked into Home Goods and just said yes.
A lot of what Trump was selling. Now, again, like Rogan,
yes, what? All of it.
I would argue they were not paying nearly as much attention as they should have. They also, I think, were banking on Trump being full of shit. And
actually, no, that looks like the Joanna Gaines collection from Target. The only reason I know that is because my wife's
not being able to do
by the way
things he promised that they didn't like. They didn't like those things. We're like, he's just full of it. He's not going to be able to do it.
I actually don't mind
which is
some of that stuff.
absurd. You shouldn't vote for somebody who's actively promising to do terrible things, and you just bank either too stupid or incompetent to get it done. It's kind of an indictment of the candidate in question. So again, plenty of things I still
his tone
vehemently
it might be his
disagree
tone
with respect to Rogan and Andrew Schultz here of the Flagrant podcast. However,
because like when he says, but before we unpack all that, hit the like when he does his breakdown and literally the phrase before we unpack all that, like it makes me just kind of want to punch something. I don't know
said
why.
All that, and actually, what's funny is this is a clip.
He'd be like great for like getting me amped up to like do boxing, just
from
like
Schultz's
but before we
interview with
unpack
Ezra
all that,
Klein, liberal political analyst, and it was good. It was actually the best of the conversations that Flagrant has had with Democratic politicians or Democratic adjacent figures.
The world doesn't need milquetoast personalities these days. No, and honestly, they're kind of like the milquetoast person. Wolf Blitzer is a milquetoast personality, so
including
it's too nasally. I mean, dude, I got a nasally voice. Like, what?
Ezra Klein one was surprisingly better than all of it. I thought it would be the worst, but it was better than all of it. Klein vibed with him. But he even said, he's like, listen.
Honestly, it's his lack of hot takes on things that kind of makes me.
I get the finger wagging. I get, calling us fucking idiots.
I think he's reading a script from AI composed. I'm not saying anything except that I have heard that there are multiple creators out there who have been doing such techniques.
Whatever, because, we should have seen this coming, and you can get that off the chest. He goes,
you guys can take heed in my dyslexia, not kind of making it so I can't really do effective script
sooner or later, you would.
So, it
would behoove you to try to coalition build with us. And he's right. Whether we like it or not, he's right. These are wildly influential and successful people.
Get to it.
Who have enormous influence over public messaging and the public narrative. And we are in a position where we need to win them back. We can, again, behind.
Okay, there's the commentary space, and then there's the, you're just doing this to do it space. Like, what is happening here? Like, dude, are you gonna play the clip from Jesus?
Get in there.
January
Research the
6th,
vaccine.
they want him out,
They
we'll get
want
him
him
out.
out. We're putting him out. And this, he is rebuking the base, like almost like spitting in their face. Like they're asking for it. He campaigned on it. He puts Bongino and Cash in there, which might be the stupidest thing in the history of the world. Like, why would you put the two guys that have nonstop pounded the pavement talking about how we're going to expose this Epstein?
I don't know. I mean, I want to be fair because he also has been doing this for a long time. Maybe it's just his delivery.
Same thing.
Because I've also been accused of texting like an AI bot.
And the second they get it,
funny enough, by
they're like, "You better
my
shut the fuck up."
11-year-old
Shut 'em
niece, where she was just like, "You kind of text like AI."
Go on Rogan. Lie. Like, it is a very peculiar thing.
And her dad's just sitting there laughing his ass off at me. I'm just like, you do realize that you're older than me, right?
It worked in that I think it moved any of the smoke off of Trump, because at least for me, I was like,
is Schultz wearing capri pants? Is he?
There's no way that he's involved.
No, I think that's just like, I think the pant leg just rolled up.
If he's putting Bongino and Cash in, who have campaigned on exposing it, like, why would...
It's nothing more awkward than like doing a podcast sitting on a couch, because I don't know.
Would you hire...
Dude on the end kind of, like, his body is just kind of like, yeah, I can't really... It looks comfortable, but it's not.
Again, isn't that just eerily similar to what was described?
It may not be AI. He's just dead inside.
On Joe Rogan by his guest, that Patel and Bongino made lucrative careers off of hyping this shit up.
Dude, I type 100 words per minute without effort. I am constantly accused of being a bot.
Those guys, or point those guys, right? So I'm like, he can't be. But
I ain't no damn clanker.
The fact that he will not touch this, and then this last week, him doing the bullshit distractions.
Bro.
Dropping the MLK file. Like, who asked for the MLK file?
Yeah.
Who asked for MLK?
You know what's funny is I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, and I was initially like, the Epstein thing.
You know what? I would be remiss to ever do something like this. Because I would never want to be part of Andrew Schultz's posse, because that's all these guys will ever be known as, is just like, oh, you were on Andrew Schultz thing. Like, I don't see them breaking out and doing their own thing.
Thing for me was just
like, this guy just, I've literally seen it in the comedy scene where he's just known as Andrew Schultz's sidekick.
The last straw in terms of you not getting...
Just because he's the most vocal, and then you have the other hangers on that just kind of,
things done.
Are there.
And I was like, yeah, I'm sure there's some smoke. They'll release it. But the more they're doing to hide it, the more I'm like, oh, they're hiding...
Your bolts are
something
stripped. Oh, no.
Crazy.
They do have a new tool for that, by the way.
Didn't necessarily.
Where it does like the it's like a smart clamp.
I was like, there's probably something.
You might need to order it from Amazon, but I bought one. They work really well.
They're talking about Obama. I was like, oh, he's guilty.
Yeah.
They have like a little twist thing on the side that just like go around the bolt.
Again, that's Andrew Schultz, like Rogan.
Akash is hella funny,
popular
though.
comedian.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying he's not funny. I'm just saying, like, personally, as a comedian, like, if I was in that position, like, where they were just like, hey, you want to be on my, like, if one of my friends blew up and was just like, hey, you want to be on my show and, like, be part of the crew? It's like, no, thank you, though.
And podcaster saying he believes that Trump is guilty. So again, we're starting to see a movement away from this, and I think we need to welcome it, whether we like it or not. And again, I understand the impulse to finger wag. I feel it too. But at the end of the day, this is a good sign. And
you can also YouTube some techniques on how to fix it. I'm just saying, like, one of the best smart tools I ever got was this. It's like a smart. I think it's called a smart wrench.
Further erosion of the MAGA power base, and we need as much of that erosion as humanly possible. So fingers crossed, we will see even more progress next week from Rogan, Schultz, and the others. But there you have it. Joe Rogan still pissed off about the Epstein debacle and Trump. And the Trump administration breaking their promises, and in particular, he's blasting Kash Patel.
We got the
in the meantime,
Mehdi
let me know what you
Hassan thing here. Give me 1 second. Here we go. We got one more Piers Morgan clip. Be on a show, not my show. Yeah. Well, I mean, some would literally just be like, that's narcissistic, or like, that's just, it's like, no, it's literally just understanding that I don't want to be an ensemble. Like, I don't want to be part of an ensemble like that. I've covered this before where it's like, I did Second City, and as much fun as I did have doing some of it, it wasn't for me. Like, I did way like I had much more, or at least I can just say I got more out of just doing like, solo sets. So wonder how that side of comedy is responding to South Park. I mean, I know that like the buddies that I have that are, well, either in the scene or were in the scene, we're all on the they're back. And not only are they back, but oh man, are they fucking punching up. Oh boy. It was, dude, there were a few points in it where I legit just went, "Oh, damn." Like it went beyond funny. It legit shocked me. Realistically. But here, let's get to this Piers Morgan thing with Mehdi Hassan. Oh, good. It's only a few minutes long. That is not Mehdi Hassan. It leads into it.
Returning now to Uncensored is Mehdi Hassan, the editor-in-chief of Zeteo, who says his debate with those self-declared fascists was the most insane thing he's ever done. We've got plenty to discuss here, but let's start by reminding viewers what we're talking about.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s. So
You don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are
Sorry,
you talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yes.
It was pretty shocking, a lot of that stuff. I mean, how much...
Pretty shocking. It's pretty shocking. Where would they get that mind process? Who would they be watching where they get that mind process?
It was...
Mehdi was on Majority Report today. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, they were going to cover this. Crap. Oh, wait, I can't cover that, though, because they probably showed all the clips.
Unfortunately, the vast majority of it's about our...
Well, yeah, they showed the clips, right?
48.
Or did they just, like, ask him about it? I only caught, like, the back end of the thing, and I didn't see, like, him respond to any of his stuff.
YouTube, if people want to watch, I believe several million people have watched. The Jubilee format is very viral and buzzy and clickbaity and gets a lot of views.
Even the stupid stuff, I generally roll my eyes. No, dude, that was so funny. His penis is teeny tiny, but his love for America is large.
Unfortunately, a lot of it was...
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
That. I mean, Piers, you know me. I like a good debate. I like a good argument. It's why I agreed
come on, guy.
to do it. The idea of 20-1, I like those odds. But even going into that room and seeing those people as Trump supporters, as self-declared far-right...
Hey, I'll sue you. I'll sue the crap out of you.
Conservatives, that should have been a sign to me. Which people proudly self-identify as far-right? That should have been a giveaway. But even I did not expect, and you know me...
Oh, yeah, those who clapped.
I've used the word fascist to describe Trump and his supporters, but even I did not expect...
I wonder if I'm going to have to delete that from my VOD.
This level of open authority.
Because, dude, they literally went after me for having 4 seconds of Jubilee in one of my last VODs.
Terrorism, fascism,
That
white
was
supremacy,
insane.
conspiracy theory, racism
dude,
to my
Jubilee
face
don't
as an
fuck
American
around.
citizen, telling me that I'm not a real American, that
Which is
America's only for
insane
white people.
considering that, like, dude, they're losing ground pretty fast because a lot of people are starting to see through this bullshit. They're not going to have a lot of bookings after, like, a certain amount of time.
People that I should get the hell out. That was deeply
I
disturbing
really
and
got to
shocking.
pee.
Now, everybody knows how much I
You know what?
enjoy my
Perfect timing.
tea.
I'll be right
I'm
back.
very happy to say that today's show is sponsored by Peak's Pure Fermented Teas. These are not your average brews. They're sourced from 250-year-old wild trees in the Himalayan foothills, which are untouched by modern farming. No pesticides, no fertilizers, just nature at its best. Pure delivers a full spectrum of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics, just like the fermented foods found in longevity hotspots. It comes in crystal form, so there's no messing around. Just dissolve, sip, and feel the difference. It's trusted by health experts, including Casey Means and Dr. Mark Hyman. There's teas for all occasions, and they all support your gut health, metabolism, and cellular renewal. The next time you put the kettle on, ask yourself, is my tea working as hard as me? Peak's Pure Fermented Teas for the gut of a Brit and the longevity of a Himalayan monk. Get 20% off for life, plus a free frother and glass beaker with the Pure Bundle. Visit peaklife.com/peers. That's peak, P-I-Q-U-E, life.com/peers. I mean, there's a difference between being far right and a fascist. Do you accept that?
I mean, unfortunately, right now, it's all very grey in the United States.
But I would say that's part of the problem, is that because in the last few years, everyone has casually tossed around phrases like fascist, Nazi, etc., it kind of diminishes the reality when you see it, when they clearly are. Like, if you see an actual Nazi and you remember what the Nazis did, or you remember what the fascists did, actual fascists doing actual fascist stuff on a mass scale. The reason I've always quibbled with you using that word for Trump, for example, is that I just think it trivializes what actual fascism really is. When I saw these kids, though, what I'm seeing is a complete breakdown in any historical knowledge to brazenly admit I am a fascist. You never mind the open racism you had to put up with, which was obviously contemptible. But to just casually admit in a sort of cheery way, I'm a fascist, it just said to me they don't understand what that means.
Maybe. I mean, or that they do understand what it means and they like it. And this is the slight problem. All of the polling shows, Piers, that the Republican base has become more authoritarian over the last 5-10 years, has become more open to strongman rule, do call Donald Trump daddy because they like the idea of a strong leader, have told pollsters time and again that they're happy for Trump to ignore court rulings and ignore Congress and take more power for himself, which he's done, by the way. He has defied court orders, has defied the Supreme Court. And look, we can argue back and forth about the word fascist, just like on Gaza, you and I have argued about the word genocide. What we can't argue about, and surely what you cannot deny, is that America right now is going through an authoritarian moment. Most political scientists and scholars of democracy are saying American democracy is in decline, is going backwards, is regressing. We are seeing a much more authoritarian approach to government.
The last 6 months, I just talked about this with a few of my friends, where we just talked about the degradation of people's just personalities, where like people in our lives have just become the worst version of themselves in response to all of this.
The Republican Party is enabling Donald Trump's worst excess.
Definitely what mask off.
Is again, call them whatever you want, authoritarian, illiberal, fascist. And these kids, quote unquote, they're all adults, but yes, young Americans, sitting in that warehouse with me, I don't think they're...
Yeah, again, it's almost, this whole, why infantilize? Like, what is this? Why do these motherfuckers keep doing this? I have brought this up many times on this program where I'm just like, I do not like the way that they condescend to even me. I'm damn near 40 years old, and they constantly talk about, like, they'll literally refer to me as like, this young man. It's like, as much as I appreciate that, it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, keep condescending to me and like act like I'm not an adult who, pays my fucking taxes, just like, well, maybe not you.
I do think they're taking their cues from the top. They are saying this stuff because Donald Trump has emboldened them. These views, Piers, as you well know, you lived in the United States, these views have been around for decades, but they were said in private. They were said in people's homes. They were said on some weird internet message board. They've become emboldened to say this stuff out loud because the leader of the country says similar stuff out loud.
Yes, they don't have the shame factor, and that's what I mean.
Say to me,
now they think that it's like, oh, it's okay to say this.
I'm not a real American. I should be deported, denaturalized. I mean, Donald Trump, Piers, is openly saying that Zohran Mamdani, the Muslim American citizen candidate for mayor of New York, is maybe here illegally. Maybe we have to investigate his citizenship based on nothing. They sat at the RNC and held up placards saying mass deportations now. They didn't just mean quote-unquote illegal immigrants, Piers. That's become very clear.
No, but you know what's interesting is I interviewed Joy Reid the other day, right, who was obviously at MSNBC for a long time, and she started ranting away about Trump and the deportation stuff that's going on. I just said to her, okay, how many people did Obama deport?
Booted from Twitch?
Okay.
For what?
No, you know it's one of my...
Oh, no, I'm good.
My favorite questions.
I was like, wait a minute, did I just get...
Striking was not just that she had no idea, which she admitted. She never bothered to find out, even though people like me have been telling everyone the number for a long time, to expose, actually, I think, a liberal double standard on this. But secondly, she said, I don't care. She didn't care how many people Obama had deported, even though he's by far, pro rata, the biggest deporter of people in American presidential history. So, my question for you about this would be, okay, I don't happen to think Trump has been that authoritarian. I think he pushes...
Many people just need an excuse to be openly bigoted, just like money excuses homelessness. as a personal problem and not as a societal one, and those people are itching for violence.
Courts as hard as he can. But
Well, also simultaneous, like the homeless thing, these people simultaneously do not recognize that they're one bad day away from being a homeless person, and then they would immediately go like, "Why don't we have social safety nets?"
but then he reigned.
Like honestly, my sympathy for those types of people really has its bounds. Where I'm just like, you know, I try, but man, if I were to come into like a situation and find out that you were one of those people, I would never give you a dime.
He's defied court.
The people that have been
Some people better than me probably would, but I'm sorry.
deported, where there was a big blow up and contention about it, they've come back and they're facing due process.
I'm gonna save that buck for somebody that actually, you know, fought for their like and had the idea or like had the belief structure of hey, you know, we think social safety nets are great and blah 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 blah, and we never voted against these interests. Like, and I hate to say, this is one of those rare times where it's just like, who'd you vote for?
That's not what an authoritarian does. He's cleaned
That's
up.
just not true, Piers.
Well, on the southern border, for example, I presume you would praise Trump for stemming the number of people coming illegally there, or would you not?
Yeah, temporarily embarrassed millionaire syndrome is a pandemic right now.
I don't praise somebody who tortures people in detention centres, and I don't think you should either. And you said a lot of things that weren't true. With regard to Joy Reid, who's a good friend of mine, I believe that what she meant, I'll tell you in a second. Let me just deal with Joy Reid. I believe Joy was talking about not caring because it's not relevant. I mean, Joy can speak for herself, but that's my interpretation of what she said. It's not relevant. Obama, first of all, and you tried this gotcha on me, I've written pieces in The Guardian attacking Obama's deportation record. It was a very bad record. And I've been critical of Joe Biden's immigration record. I was on MSNBC attacking Joe Biden's immigration record for being too Republican-esque. But that is not relevant to right now, because when we're talking about deportations, we're not just talking about numbers at the southern border. We're talking about what ICE is doing in what's called the interior of America, in LA, on the streets of New York, grabbing people off the streets, masked agents with no badges, no IDs, unmarked cars, grabbing American citizens, doing racial profiling of Latino gardeners or customers at Home Depot, putting them in detention, disappearing them like fascist countries do. When American citizens, veterans, a disabled veteran in LA, Piers, just disappeared off the street for 3 days. His family don't know where he's in. That is Pinochet Chile style.
But do you
stuff,
agree?
Right? I'm not saying it's the same, but I'm saying
Nope, you don't get to no pivots here. You answered the fucking question.
that is reminiscent. No, hold on, Piers. You had a long thing about. I just need to deal with your points, then you come
No, because you're gonna try and whitewash this by trying to pivot.
back in. He has
Because like he's putting you on the spot where you know you're gonna have to answer like, are you okay with this?
defied court orders. The Washington Post just did a study the other day of 160 lawsuits brought against him. They've defied 1 in 3 of those lawsuits. He hasn't given due process to people in El Salvador. People were tortured, Piers, in El Salvador. Kilmar Abrego Garcia talks about being sat on his knees all night long, being beaten, being deprived of food.
Well, actually,
you
a lot of
opposed the
people have
Iraq
said
War
that's
like I
nonsense.
did. You opposed George Bush. But it's not nonsense. People have. What are you talking about? Congress members have gone to Alligator Alcatraz in Florida and talked about 35 people to a room, drinking water out of the toilets that they have to do a number 2 in. You opposed the Iraq War. I assume you opposed Guantanamo and Abu Ghraib at the time. I don't quite remember. But this is torture. This is what Trump, the guy you say is not authoritarian, is doing. And he's doing it to American citizens. He's doing it to America. Well, he's not giving.
No, it's Pierce is gonna have to reconcile with the fact that he's literally like a media mouthpiece that is 100% okay apparently with internment. Because why we are not calling these internment camps is beyond me. Like this whole like getting behind the immigrants, like we use, and then on top of it, bastardizing the word immigrant to the point where it's just like, oh, now it really has created like a national lexicon where it's just like nationalism. I'm a nationalist because I love my country and I don't like immigrants. And like it's just like it's in the fucking just like average American mindset now where you have that just all the time.
Giving due process to American citizens.
And then it's creating another sense of white supremacy where they look at anybody that's brown in fucking Home Depot and then go, oh yeah, I wonder if they're illegal.
He's chucked out American.
Like, dude, I lived through this with post 9/11 shit where every single fucking brown person that was Muslim or God forbid, because we did the thing where we conflated oh my god, Indians. Like we conflated the whole thing where we're just Hindus. We were just like, oh yeah, you know, we're Americans. We just go. I mean, dude, we called them, you know, towel.
This country.
All right, let me get a question
process just earlier this
Let
year.
me get a question in. Do you agree that undocumented immigrants in America,
Like, dude, yeah. For everybody that has like this peachy view of post 9/11, fucking, you know, early 2000s, I'm here to smash that one too. No, we were pretty fucking anti-Islam sentiment was at a peak at that point.
who then commit a crime should be deported?
Yes.
Good. So then we got a bit of agreement on that. Do you agree that reducing the number of people coming over the southern border illegally from the many millions,
See,
depending
semantics, dodging the fact that
you wanna
he
believe
then has to answer for the. It's like, Piers, do you approve of the inhumane conditions of Alligator Alcatraz?
12 million is reported to have come over in the Biden administration 4 years. Do you agree that
It's
reducing
not 8
that
to 12 million. That's a bullshit. That's a nonsense
Well,
number.
how many
It's
do you
about
think
2
it
to
is?
4 million.
How many?
I think it's about 2 to 4 million. Is what the experts I look
Hate
talk
and,
to say 2 to 4 million.
hate and excuses are the
Do you accept that
the brick
reducing
and mortar of the
that
uneducated.
just a few
Yeah.
thousand a month is a good thing?
I love the uneducated.
Not if it ends the right to asylum, which is America's right under America's
Okay, but
obligation,
that's-
apologies,
all
under
right.
international law and American law. Donald Trump. No, hold on, Beers. You can't just elide that. Donald Trump has ended the right to asylum effectively in this country. That is outrageous. It is illegal.
But he
it is
hasn't,
immoral.
though, has
Again,
he? He hasn't.
do you support ending the right
You
to
can still-
asylum?
No,
he
no,
has.
you can
He
still-
has actually. He's ended the
No,
right
no,
to asylum
you can
effectively
still
in this
claim
country.
asylum.
No,
You-
that's not true, Piers.
You can.
That's not true. That
You
is
can
not
still
true.
claim asylum in the United
ICE
States.
agents are picking up. Piers, no. In fact, not only can you not claim asylum at the southern border, you're being rejected, but people in the middle of asylum hearings in courtrooms in America, on camera, are being grabbed in the
Yeah.
middle of their asylum hearings.
Oh, that's just, you know, they were probably, you know what, you're just ignoring that they probably did something illegal.
By ICE officers. Judges are calling this out, Piers.
Piers Morgan really is just a fucking shit stain on the, what is this planet?
And I assume, again, you support a right to asylum as a British citizen
I
in
do.
the UK, the
I
US,
do.
every developed country.
I would love to see a Godzilla vs. Kong movie where he got smashed, just like squished.
I do, but I
supports a
also...
right to asylum. Donald Trump has ended that. And by the way, Stephen
That would be very cathartic to see.
Miller is
Can we,
openly
can we
opposed
have
to
that in the
So
next
let's
Godzilla
defend
X
people
Kong?
Who don't want
I'm
you
not
to defend
defending
them.
anybody.
They're openly opposed to this.
I'm about to tell you that I think that
You are.
Well, I think the fact that we
You just
both
told me to praise
agree...
Trump's record at the border.
Look, I
you are
think...
defending
I
Trump's
think
horrific record. on
I
this.
think if Trump had stuck to deporting people who committed crimes when they're undocumented in the United States, that would have had wide...
Yeah, because again, you're conveniently believing the narrative until being proved, like, just having public opinion go against you. Like, this is the thing that really pisses me off about Piers Morgan, is the second that public sentiment starts shifting, then he's just like, well, I want to be on that side.
Widespread approval. I do not like...
Yeah, which every
I do
president
not
does.
like this chilling sense of fear that everyone undocumented in America currently has because of the extraordinary work they do for the U.S. economy. Never mind.
Well, then maybe you should condemn the fucking tactics that ICE is using instead of sitting here gawking the fucking president.
Anything else? Never mind the
Not
humanity.
just undocumented, Piers. What about the legal? Hold on, not just undocumented. What about legal immigrants? He's detained green.
Yes, he's literally detained legal immigrants and disappeared them. And like, the thing is, dude, like, he's ignoring the whole like individual, like, and he's doing this on purpose, where he's just like, well, you know, we don't have enough to have, like, you know, some hard numbers, like just completely ignoring the individual in this matter, where like, it's insane. It's fucking insane.
Holders. He's going after American
don't think it's
citizens.
right.
They've set up a committee.
I don't think it's right.
So, okay.
Then say more about it instead of fucking trying to like debate somebody out of their position on the opposite side. Just say that you think it sucks.
You don't think it's right, dude?
Why do you have to do this like long fucking walk around where you're just like, oh, you know what? I don't condone it. I don't condone it, but you know what? I also think that it's completely necessary. Do you think that it's completely necessary?
Do you think it's authoritarian?
On your left.
Do you think you're not worried about the direction of travel in the U.S., where 2/3 of Republicans basically identify as authoritarians in polls, where a majority of Republicans tell pollsters, we think Trump shouldn't follow the courts or Congress?
I think,
you're not
of course, he
worried by
should.
that?
Well, of course, he should follow courts. But I think that in relation to the immigration issue, the vast majority of Americans I've seen interviewed, right, doesn't necessarily mean that is the majority of the country, but most people.
You would say, in any other context than right now, you would say, oh, most Americans actually love what he's doing.
Think if you're in the country illegally, that isn't something to be applauded. I know that when I wanted to go to America and get a home there, which I have, and work in America, I had to go through a laborious, quite painstaking, quite expensive process of getting a visa, for example, right? That is the normal way people operate in other countries. So that is how a lot of people do it. They do it the legal way. We have the same issue in the United Kingdom with people coming over on boats from France in the tens of thousands, right? It is annoying to those who do things the right way. So I understand that, but I also understand you cannot just deport every undocumented person in America. It would create complete mayhem. It would wreck.
You're also a privileged white dude that, why would you need to come here illegally, Piers? You're totally negating, like, the material conditions of the people that do this, too. You class, like, honestly, Jesus.
The economy, it's unworkable, and it's also intrinsically unfair if someone's been there for a few years.
Bring back those funny French tools that we love.
As family
Holy
born
shit.
in the United States, is working and paying taxes and contributing to the economy. I think it's not right that those people should be picked up and thrown out. Right? No. So there are lots of complexities to this, and I agree with a lot of it, probably along with you. I just don't think that you can ignore, as Joy Reid wanted to, what Obama did for 8 years as a Democrat president and as a black, and as the first black president.
So did you stupid.
Come on, Piers.
Not only did you ignore it, but you sat there, like, not, like, glazing his nuts over it. Like, where was your, like, glazing over the whole, like, well, I actually really love what Obama's doing with being the deporter in chief. I also love what he's doing with the drones. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I get that you need to do this both sides shtick for your show, but Obama is not relevant. Obama did not defy the Supreme Court.
I actually do look at both sides.
Well, okay, point to me. Well, Piers, point to me then. I'll give you as long. I've got to go soon, but I'll give you as long as you want before I go. When did Obama defy the Supreme Court on immigration? He didn't. When did he defy lower court judges? He didn't. Joe Biden didn't either. So we're talking about the courts here, right? Judges, Trump-appointed judges, Piers.
I like how he goes,
Trump-appointed judge.
He doesn't, like, snap back right away. That's a tell.
Said earlier this year that an American
People say that it's him listening. It's like, no, it's him not having a good response and him just shutting up.
child was expelled,
Which at least he does that.
deported from this country, even though you can't legally deport an American citizen, but was kidnapped and taken out of this country without meaningful process. That is the words of a Trump-appointed judge. You cannot find an equivalent for Barack Obama, and I carry no water for Obama on immigration. One thing I've got to say on undocumented folks, some of these people, not just here a few years, they picked up an Iranian woman, a grandmother in her front yard gardening, who'd been here since 1979. She came as a child. Her family claimed asylum after the Iranian Revolution. They picked
He's ignoring the quotas.
up and detained her.
He's ignoring the, like, arbitrary nature of the quotas and the fact that they cannot also do, like, because they don't have like, for everybody that is, like, dumb enough to believe that these ICE agents are doing these investigations like cops, where they're just like, oh, they're going after the criminal element. It's like, then you find out that, like, 5% are actual criminals and the rest are just, not.
This is insane. And by the way, the polls...
It really is. It's fucking insane. It's absurd is what it is. And the fact that Piers is sitting here just ignoring the fact that it is completely absurd. And this is where I get pissed. Like the Gaza thing, when he does eventually come around to the right side of the issue, he will whitewash this and then be like, oh, you know what? I was always a little bit suspect of this. It's like bullshit.
Is that Americans
and I'm glad guys like Mehdi Hassan are not letting him do that.
do want deportations, but when they're asked, when they're asked more detailed questions, do you support people who've been here for many years? Do you support people who've committed no crimes? Do you support deporting people who want a pathway to citizenship? They don't support deporting those people. They support, like you and I do, deporting violent criminals, which Biden was doing, Trump did, Obama did. Everyone agrees on that. What he's doing right now, and what Stephen Miller is doing, Piers, just so your viewers know, Stephen Miller went to ICE and said, you better round up 3,000 people a day. He's given them an arbitrary
Yeah, it's literally an arbitrary number. And then they're just like, okay, boss.
Do this. It's not possible.
And they put their masks on, take their badge off, and go to work.
He said, just go to 7-Eleven, go to Home Depot, and just round people up. They're doing...
And he's literally ignoring that. He's just like, because like, right, I guarantee it. Well...
racial profiling, Piers. They're just grabbing brown people, Latino folks off the streets who are American citizens. And they're saying...
Perhaps Piers will pivot here and go like, yes, but what about the criminals?
very clearly why they want to do this. Right? They want to make, when they say they want to make America great again, it's because they want to go back to a whiter America, a less browner America. That is Stephen Miller's vision. That is, you get Stephen Miller and ask him.
They've not said that.
You need it to be literally as obvious as Stephen Miller coming out and saying, yes, white country, go fuck yourself, you fucking idiot. God damn it. Piers Morgan really is just one of the most insincere, douchiest motherfuckers on this planet. God.
They've not said that, have they?
Stephen Miller is a white nationalist. Stephen Miller is a white nationalist who spent a career enabling and promoting white nationalism. It's all on the record.
But there is no evidence.
No evidence. That Stephen Miller is trying to have a white country.
Donald Trump wants to keep people in because of their skin color, or throw them out because of their skin color.
Actually, there's a lot of reporting from the first term where he says, why can't we have more people from Sweden, less people from shithole countries? So I'm pretty sure I know what he was talking about when he was talking about Swedish folks.
Are you are you an idiot? Is Piers Morgan this big of an idiot?
About the 7 countries which Obama banned people from coming in from because of their terror record, was he?
He didn't ban entire peoples from coming in. He
Actually,
put them
he did.
on a
That was the
terror list,
farce of
that
was the farce when Trump did it. The left all went nuts, and it turned out Obama done exactly the same thing
He didn't ban
with the same
everyone
countries.
from coming in. By the way,
Next South Park episode, Piers Morgan has to suck off Stephen Miller to stay in the country. Ooh, yeah, Piers. Yeah, Piers.
By the way, Donald Trump in December 2015 said we need to ban every Muslim coming into the United States. Do you support that Islamophobic, racist position?
He said, if I remember accurately what he said, it was after an appalling terror attack where I think over 50 people got murdered. And he said, we're going to have a short-term suspension on people coming in from the same countries that Obama had done this to.
No, he didn't.
Until
he said
we
every
figure,
Muslim. No,
until
he
we
said
figure
all
out
Muslims
what's
will
going
be banned.
on.
Not true, Piers. People can Google it right now. You're wrong and I'm right, as ever. He said all Muslims will be banned from coming into the United States. He didn't say anything about 7 countries. That's what it became when he came into office. But he said he wanted to ban all Muslims from coming in. Surely you disagree with that?
No, Mehdi, in the end, I always say with Trump, act on what he does, not what comes out of his mouth, right? You don't like that.
And I've been telling you, I've got to run, but I've been telling you for the last 20 minutes what he's been doing, and you partly agreed with me. But now at the end, because you've got to do the both sides stuff, you've got to defend Trump.
How many countries
you don't agree with picking up Latinos outside of Home Depot? Piers, you don't agree. You don't agree with picking people up outside of Home Depot.
How many Muslim countries in the end did Trump ban people coming in from?
I think 5, if memory serves me correctly.
I think it was 7. The same 7 Obama had done. That's my point. You can't ignore history. You can't just pretend Obama didn't do exactly the same thing.
Obama did not ban Muslims from coming into the U.S. He did not say Islam hates us. He did not say that. He did not tell Muslim members of Congress to go back to where they came from. I remember when you came on my show, Piers, and I read out the quote to you, where he told the 4 members of the squad to go back to the countries they came from, and you would not call it a racist statement, but it was a racist statement. You know it, and I know it, and everyone watching knows it. And everything they said to me on Jubilee, by the way, is stuff that Trump has said, or a version of.
It's not. I think it diminishes your argument. When you're faced with...
Twitch is having issues, guys, just so you know.
Actual people saying, I'm a fascist. It's hard...
Where do you think they're getting it from? These people, many of them are Trump supporters, Piers. Many of them are Trump supporters. Where do you think they're getting it from? They're proud Trump supporters.
Every political leader has appalling people that follow them. Every one of them. You tell me one in America who hasn't.
But only one pardoned the violent criminals who supported him. Only one, and his name is Donald J. Trump. And I assume you don't support those pardons.
Well, Joe Biden pardoned all his family, who many people think are a bunch of criminals. What's the difference?
and Donald Trump pardoned people who beat police with pipes. There's a big difference, Piers, as you know.
Is there? We don't know. We'll never find out.
Always a pleasure.
We'll never find out what the Biden family
Always
did
a
in
pleasure,
relation to
Piers.
crime because they've all been pardoned. Mehdi, great to talk to you, as always.
God, you're such a fucking piece of shit. He really is. He really is just such a smug fucking ick. Brought it out of me in that one. Gotta say, yuck. This big, big yuck.
The American people may never know, like really know, what was said, what was revealed, what was asked, and what was answered today within the four walls of a courthouse conference room in Tallahassee, Florida. And therein lies
Let's get
the
this
problem.
update.
Because for the second time in 2 days, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche blurred the lines between his old job and his new one, with his role at the Justice Department on one hand and his former role as Donald Trump's personal attorney on the other. Blanche departed his interview with Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, a short time ago. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, David Oscar Marcus, said that at no point over the last 2 days did his client, Maxwell, refuse to answer a question. But here again, we have to take his word for it. It's not just that the rest of us are without any transcripts or recordings or witnesses in the course of the Trump administration's effort at fact-finding, if that's what we're calling it. It's that it also feels like we're without any reliable narrators. After all, Donald Trump, a man
Her fact-finding mission. I'm sorry, that's actually fucking laughable.
with a pre-existing adversarial relationship with the truth and the press, appears to be growing less and less forthright on this topic by the day. Remember when the Wall Street Journal exactly 1 week ago today reported that Trump sketched, scribbled, and signed a letter for inclusion in Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book? Trump's reaction? He said it was fake. He sued the publication, along with a number of individuals, including Rupert Murdoch. But today, the New York Times is reporting this, quote, Trump's name appeared on a contributor list for a book celebrating Epstein's birthday, evidence that he participated in the collection, even as he denied that he signed a sexually suggestive note and drawing, end quote. Now, again,
Piers is such a weenie. I mean,
stories are not suggesting or providing evidence that Donald Trump committed crimes or engaged in illegal conduct. He's denied every allegation. But Democrats
What's going on Twitch? I think I might just
and Republicans
okay.
alike, even some of Donald
freezes.
Trump's own most devoted supporters and backers have growing questions about the Epstein story and Trump's transparency on it. Just listen to how he answered this question.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell?
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
That was weird. I suppose we'll just chalk it up to another plot point in a story that is now completely beyond and outside of Trump's ability to produce and control, which is new for him. Just look at what advocates flew over Tallahassee, Florida today. A banner that reads, quote, Trump and Bondi are protecting predators, end quote. That's where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Investigative reporter for the Miami Herald, Julie K. Brown, is here. She is also the author of Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story. Also joining us today, former top official.
By the way, guys, I'm going to watch the Netflix documentary this weekend, and I'm going to do like a little review on Monday about that.
At the Department of Justice, MSNBC legal analyst Andrew Weissman's here.
There with my little notepad.
And Tim Miller joins us, host of the Bulwark podcast and an MSNBC political analyst. Let me start with you, Andrew Weissman, and 2 days of meetings between Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell. What is going on, and what are we likely to learn about whatever has happened in that room?
So first, I want to make sure people understand that when her attorney goes out to speak and says, she answered every question and she never asserted a privilege, that may be true, but that is sort of half the story. One, she is not speaking for free. She is obviously hoping for a pardon, a commutation.
Yeah, and okay, guys. Wow. If they get away with this at this point, there's nothing. I've been saying this too. Like, with this Epstein thing, if this thing, honest to God, goes away, Trump just goes unscathed, and somehow the Republicans manage to win the fucking midterms, America's cooked. I don't know what to tell you other than that.
Or at least a significant.
I'm trying not to be the downer. Like, I don't want to be that guy.
Reduction.
Which Netflix documentary? The Jeffrey Epstein Netflix documentary that has been that went mega viral.
Sentence.
I think it's been out for a while though.
But also, you can be I would say almost 100% sure that she already has an agreement with the government. It's called a proffer agreement. It's colloquially known as a queen for a day agreement. And that is an agreement where the prosecutor says, I want to hear what your client has to say, but agrees to give a form of immunity with respect to the use of that in any direct way against the particular witness. And so the reason, what I read into what David Marcus is saying, is the reason she wasn't asserting a privilege is that she doesn't need to. She already has that form of immunity in connection with yesterday and today's sessions with Todd Blanche.
So they gave this bitch immunity.
And Andrew, how bizarre is it for the Deputy Attorney General who's...
I do just love it. I love how no matter what, the Trump team just implicates
supposed to be
themselves
running
deeper
the
and
Department
deeper.
of Justice to spend 2 days in Tallahassee
Damn,
with
dude.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
It is unheard of. It does not happen. And you know what? Add one more thing. It doesn't happen that the Deputy Attorney General, the number 2 person in the Department of Justice, would engage in this proffer session. But even more so, where are the career agents and prosecutors? Why aren't the career prosecutors from the Southern District of New York in on this? They're the ones who know the evidence inside out. They actually tried Ghislaine Maxwell. They actually have investigated her and...
Have you seen that there's like a contingent of right-wing commentators, specifically like influencers, that are going around now saying that maybe Ghislaine was actually like a victim?
Jeffrey Epstein. So you really
and
have
that,
to
like,
wonder
this is the biggest
what's
thing,
going on
like
here.
that
There's
she was scapegoated and blah blah. Like dude, it's insane, man. Like they talk about how, again, Pizzagate was a thing. Like Pizzagate was a real thing that just that really caught fire to the point where like this Jeffrey Epstein thing was started essentially by that same crowd. And these same people are now they're running defense for pedos. Cool.
No way for Todd Blanche to know all of the facts and to be able to test what she is saying. And so, one thing I am looking for is whether this sort of ends up biting them. If they try and cooperate her based on a 2-day proffer by somebody in the Department of Justice who doesn't know the case, this could really reek of a cover-up. And in addition to the idea of giving somebody who has a convicted child predator a break at sentencing. I mean, as Julie knows, better than anyone here, the nature of the crimes that she has been convicted of are horrendous. And before you would cooperate somebody like that,
I mean, again, and now they're just doing the thing where they're like, well, if we get the Epstein that doesn't exist, that doesn't have anybody's name on it, that's totally, witch hunt.
Height of irresponsibility for a prosecutor to engage in that kind of conduct.
Julie, the voices of the victims and survivors of Epstein and Maxwell have populated, are back to the fore. And I think of you as sort of the foremost journalist on this story. But I wonder, before I play their interviews, if you could just tell me what you know from your reporting to be their degree of being re-traumatized by all of this back in the news, not because anybody in the Trump administration got there and said, we're going to finally deliver justice to Epstein and Maxwell's victims. If they said that, I haven't been able to find it. But because this is a political scandal that Trump is trying to manage at the highest levels of government.
Well, they look at this not only as, of course, a re-traumatization of everything that they've already been through, but also another betrayal, really, because this almost seems like the sweetheart deal 2.0, in that there's some kind of arrangement, as Andrew mentioned, in order for them to even sit down and speak with her. And the danger of this is that you're dealing with the devil here in the victims' minds, because this woman wasn't just his accomplice to many of these victims. She was the mastermind that created the whole template for how
she's got female RFK voice.
he went about operating, in that she went with his chauffeur, from spa to school to gym to recruit, to just find young girls that were his type and to persuade them to come and
Can I just say, why with the fucking sideburns?
give a wealthy man a massage.
Who who consistently told her, yeah, keep the sideburns?
Massage, which we now know weren't massages at all. And one
Did you know that it is actually just from her being the French,
they were in, it was hard to get out because the promises
armpit hair, it navigated up into her face.
that they made, they kept dangling in front of these women who came often from, from foster homes or
The
from
French don't need to
situations
own her,
where they
sorry.
didn't have money, they were vulnerable, promising them they were going to, for example, send them to college or get them into fashion school or help them become a model. And then when it seemed like that wasn't happening, then saying, if you leave now, we're going to destroy any chance you have of getting into college.
Yeah. And they would also just be like, you will never work in this industry unless you do X.
Or going to modeling school. We have the power. We have people. And he dangled all these wealthy people that he knew right in front of them,
In times like these, I really wish conservatives would...
photographs in his
Well, yeah,
various
we'll see.
residences of him pictured with very powerful people. So they were trapped. And she started that whole pyramid scheme, so to speak, that entrapped them.
God, I love that. The way that Jerome Powell looked at him, like, what did you just say? Oh, God. All right. Not anywhere near the 20 mark.
So one thing that's missing from the coverage of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal is the voices of people who served in the Metropolitan Correctional Center with him or near the time that he did where he met his end. And so to try to rectify that, we're joined now by journalist, activist, and former MCC inmate, Martin Gottesfeld. Marty, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem, Ryan. Thank you for having me.
So to set the stage here, can you talk about the time that you served inside the MCC and how that relates to Jeffrey Epstein's time there?
Okay, so I was there from November 2016 to early February 2017. Epstein died there about 2.5 years after I left. But at the time I arrived at MCC, Epstein had not yet been there. El Chapo had not yet been held there. And the facility was really kind of flying under the radar. People really weren't aware of it, even though that attorneys and prisoners had been active trying to reform the facility for a long time. The facility was already dilapidated. The staff were already out of control. Disaster was very clearly on the horizon. Anyone could see it. And at the time, I was a contributor for HuffPost, and you were my editor there, and we published quite a bit about the facility before it rose to national prominence. And so we were really kind of like the early warning system that something was very likely to happen here.
All right, and so one of Epstein's, tell us about your connection to one of Epstein's cellmates.
So Epstein's, I understand it was Epstein's first cellmate, Nick Tartaglione. I was in the SHU on G tier, so the SHU's got like different halls, they're called tiers, where you can have cells, right? And like G tier in that SHU is like the most elite. It's where the high profile guys tend to go. And so I was already on G tier when Tartaglione came in, like was arrested fresh off the street, had never seen a jail cell from the inside before. He was a cop, so he had seen lockup, but had never actually experienced it for himself. And then I understand that Nick was not Epstein's cellmate at the time of the death. I think that's important to underscore here.
Right.
Yeah.
So what can you tell us about the way that the cameras work?
I can tell you a lot.
And we have this on A5, by the way. We can loop this. This is the video that Pam Bondi released. And Marty, you've certainly seen this by now. It's obviously, as Wired has said, spliced together. It's missing a second, and now people are actually saying around 3 seconds. So
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, and they tried to explain away 1 minute as like a nightly systems reboot, but then there's apparently 2 other minutes. I should add, I've not double checked the digital forensics on this myself. One thing. Given my background, the government alleges I'm a hacker with Anonymous and that I single-handedly orchestrated one of the largest cyber attacks the government had ever seen. So I just have to say I've not double-checked the digital forensics on this. So I'm going off of what Wired wrote. To my understanding, there's no meaningful contradiction. Like no one's come forward with an alternative theory or whatever. But I can't personally vouch for the digital forensics on the files. But I mean that's a view from another tier. And so the tiers are stacked like one on top of another, and they're in different like arms shooting off from the main area in the SHU. And you can see the officers station there from visible from that tier. But obviously there's no cell doors, right? And so this doesn't really make a lot of sense. The video is not particularly useful for anything. And in that SHU, just so you guys know, because this is something that's not been covered, there's a camera in every cell. And on G tier, there's 2 cameras in every cell. And the problem is that guys cover them up. right? Like you're trying to use the bathroom. There's a camera pointing at you. Like, what are you going to do? You cover the camera up, right? And so pretty much at any given time in the occupied cell in that shoe, the camera's covered. Now, that's against policy, but the facility, I mean, what are they going to do? Send a team to every single cell every single day to uncover these cameras? Because the guys will just cover them back
Interesting.
up. You also, though, expect that they would have cameras in the hallway, that we would have a camera that's facing Epstein's cell door. Right?
I mean,
there's no explanation given.
Okay, so I shouldn't have to apply the same logic that I have watching Star Wars, where I'm just like, okay, so why doesn't the Empire have any cameras in the Death Star? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
For why that tape is missing, or what happened.
Like, if they just had a semi, I mean, honestly, if they had this same camera team from Target, I'm pretty sure that the whole rebellion would have failed.
That camera, and they're trying to say the cameras weren't working, the DVR system had problems with the hard drives, all this. Okay, in the floor above that shoe is the 10 South Special Administrative Measures Unit. Okay, this is national security stuff. This is like where the 9/11 guys were held. These are the guys who don't even get attorney-client privilege. Even their attorney-client meetings, their visits with their attorney are listened in on by DOJ. Right, this is the highest of high security, and they're saying that the floor right below it that someone could use to access the 10 South unit had no working cameras, or the drives were bad. Epstein died a month, 2 months after El Chapo left. It strikes me as very unlikely the cameras would be allowed to get into that position, and very scary if in fact they were.
So what's your sense of knowing people who kind of come in and out of
Star Wars was a long time ago before cameras. The thing is, they have security cameras in other Star Wars things.
That place. What's your sense of
like, watch the prison episode of Andor, and then you'll get really mad. You'll just be like, so you're telling me the Empire had this in the prisons, but not the Death Star?
Whether or not he would have been in a state of mind.
Not this giant secretive weapon that they, blew up entire planets to protect?
To have given up on his defense. Like, you've seen other white-collar criminals come and go.
Mouse droids?
Yeah. Do they? Because one argument is
exactly.
This guy's he felt like his life was over, and so that's a reason why he would just take his life. He had this high-flying life, jets, mansion, partying,
not as cool as the Kongs.
Elites, and now all of a sudden he's here. So it makes sense that he would just be like, you know what, I'm out of here. I cannot take this abrupt shift. What's your read on knowing other people who've gone through that situation?
Haven't seen Andor?
Personally,
watch it. It's really good.
Obviously can't comment on his particular state of mind or his mental health, right? I can say that generally...
I recommend watching Andor season 1, 2, and then Rogue One. It's...
Speaking, I have two problems with the narrative that he took his own life. The first is
or you can watch it backwards, I guess.
Any good attorney would have told him that he's got two things that are very important going for him. First, he's got the money to retain a vigorous defense team.
Yeah.
Right. And this can really matter because, like, I put this in my write-up. You only need look as far as Sean P. Diddy Combs, right, who just beat federal sex trafficking charges in the same courthouse brought by the same prosecutors who are going after Epstein.
Well, then never mind. You might not like Andor.
Right. He had a big legal team. He did it. If you read the media and the press, you would have thought he was done for. But, he had the money for the lawyers, and they squeaked it out. Right.
I mean, the 2005 case really proves this. I mean, the sweetheart deal that he almost made it so he wasn't even going to get arrested for this one.
I don't really buy it. And Sean, Combs, he didn't kill himself. It's called hanging it up in prison parlance, but he didn't do it. Right. Facing a very similar racket in the same courthouse. They actually held him in a slightly different facility, but it's also very poor conditions. It's the ADX Max shoe in Brooklyn. And I've also done time there. I've done time in the shoe where Diddy was and the time where Epstein was. So you know what I mean? Like, he didn't hang it up. And then as to the second thing is that Epstein was in a position potentially to cut a deal, either with the Trump administration or with some future administration. He had no shortage of people that he could have informed on, right? And there's actually a federal rule of criminal procedure, it's Rule 35B, right, where the court can depart downward, can give a much lighter sentence. It can give a sentence lower than the statutory minimum. So even if he was facing, like, say, a statutory minimum of 10 years, the court could go below that statutory minimum if he had provided substantial assistance in prosecuting another individual, right? And so the guys that you think of in prison as being desperate enough to take their own lives are generally the ones, right, whose all their boys have figured them out, right? Everyone's ratted on them. They have no one left to sell out for a deal, right? That's the guy who's, in my opinion, the very large suicide risk. And here's the other thing too. Epstein was a Wall Street quant, right? And if you do
Ryan Grimm has the Fantastic Four hair going.
Study, you hear about the prisoner's dilemma, which is basically the question of, do you rat someone else out in jail?
Reed Richards.
That's one of the core exercises.
I forget his name.
I'm sure
That's
Epstein
ridiculous.
was familiar with it. It would be very unlikely in my mind that he would not have heard of the prisoner's dilemma. And so I've got these problems with the narrative.
And from your understanding of the layout of the jail, does the footage that we have cover all the ways in and out, or would there have been other ways that people could move around?
God, no.
So the footage doesn't even show the main entrance to the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
That camera does not even show the main entrance to the shoe. The main entrance to that shoe actually has written above it, or had written above it when I was there, America's strongest shoe. It says that right as you walk into that shoe.
Right.
So if it showed the front door, that's what it would show. This is the footage from some ancillary tier that is, and again, it's built with this like central region where you have like a little law library cage and you have like the officer station, and then there are hallways shooting off in different directions, and they're stacked one on top of the other.
This is a really good interview to have.
Like G tier above H tier, right? Like J tier above I tier.
Shout out
right?
breaking
They shoot off
points.
in all these different directions. The narration of the footage that I've seen shows that Epstein's tier was somewhere off way to the right of the footage that's been released, right? And there should be another tier camera, like the camera that you're seeing here, right? It's recording the people walking onto a tier, the entrance of which is below the camera, right? So anyone coming onto this tier has to cross this camera and be seen. There should be a camera just like that on the tier where Epstein's cell actually was, but we've not seen footage from that camera.
And so are there other things, as you've thought about this for years now, about the facility that people don't know?
I want to see her and Emma debate each other, because it would be like watching a conservative and liberal like sisters, because they look like sisters. I'm telling you.
No, like
try and unsee it.
That you wouldn't know if you were just sort of a member of the public that influence the way you see the allegation that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Like, are there things going on there that make you see this story differently than
Sorry,
if
Bloodstone. I'm saving it for the 420 coming up here.
I think mostly the stuff that I've gone over.
Or I'll probably be hopping on. I'm probably gonna smoke and then hop off.
I mean, obviously,
I got a hard out tonight.
Knowing the facility itself and having experienced the staff, and you can. This is all public record. I published it back in 2016 and 2017 at HuffPost and Shadowproof, and we dropped an article at the Intercept, I think, in 2018 or 2019. Right. So it's all out there. But I sued over this facility. I filed in federal court because of the conditions there. So yeah, I mean, it is. I will say that it is a place where people can feel particularly desperate, especially in the winter or the summer, because you freeze in the winter and you boil in the summer in that shoe.
I said Emma.
There's no air conditioning. The heat is insufficient.
Emma Vigeland.
I had leaky water. There's cockroaches and rodents and everything in the shoe. You have to like put something under in the gap under your cell door so stuff doesn't come in at night. So that, I mean, I can see how someone could potentially get somewhat desperate. But again, you have
good night, tragic.
All these guys who are facing like, frankly, worse situations, who don't have the money for the attorneys, who have their friends fingering them, and they don't commit suicide. They don't die by suicide. About 3 or 4 dozen guys were on death row, sentenced to die for really heinous crimes, right? On the day that the Biden administration announced the commutation of their death sentences, right? None of those guys had killed themselves.
Can I ask also about the guards? You just mentioned that, and that's part of the story, is that the guards who were subsequently fired, they were distracted, they were asleep, they just missed what was happening. That also is an element that it seems insane to a layperson, and maybe it is insane, but what have you made of that?
So when I was there, you had a couple of COs who were good, a whole mess that were lazy, and some that were outright malicious. And that's pretty much the mix wherever you go in the Bureau of Prisons, in the U.S. Federal Bureau of Prisons. It's going to be that way in pretty much any facility. Certainly they're supposed to do half-hour rounds in any SHU. So a SHU is a special housing unit, and SHU, and it's pronounced like like footwear, it's SHU. But there's certain rules in the SHU, and they're supposed to be the same wherever you go in the federal prison system, right? So they're supposed to do these half-hour rounds. We haven't seen camera footage that definitively answers one way or the other whether those rounds were done, but we're told that they were not done, and that there had been this long period, before anyone had gotten to them. I find that realistic from my time there, because you pay attention, you hear when the guards are coming on rounds, and they definitely did miss rounds more than once.
Yeah, I would think, that part actually did square for me too, just knowing people. And in the middle of the night, like if you can get away with staying in your chair and closing your eyes and sleeping, you're probably going to do it. So that part of me kind of did track. That in the Army they call it pencil whipping, when you're told to go make sure all of these Humvees have like oil, sufficient amount of oil in it, and instead you don't do it, and you just check off that you did it. Like that's actually pretty standard bureaucratic laziness.
I mean, again, you see it in the Bureau of Prisons everywhere. But there were a couple of COs. There was one. His name was Ortiz, and he would make his rounds every half hour, and you'd see it from the light, because the light's off in the hallway at night, right? So you can see the flashlight coming and going. And I was up late writing a lot. I took 500 pages of notes in that shoot, because Rolling Stone had asked me to write down everything, for a piece that they were working on about my case. So I have 500 pages of notes,
Wow.
date and timestamp.
Wow, what a time to have a fucking journalist in the
about everything that happened in that
in the same prison.
and yeah, so there were a couple who were diligent. I'm not trying to throw everyone under the bus, but for the most part, lazy and some outright malicious.
Yeah. Yes, if people want to learn more about it, I would encourage they go Google Martin Gottesfeld. You can look up HuffPost or Intercept for his, his piece on the conditions at MCC, and then also his story on serving alongside Chapo. That's a pretty interesting one that people can go find if they want to.
Well, for a minimum security guy, for a guy who was supposedly minimum security, the whole time.
Right. Yes, indeed. Well, Marty, thanks so much for joining us. Very much appreciate it.
Man. Oh boy. All right. Well, honestly, that kind of like put to bed a few things, but it also raised more questions, specifically about like why were there only the 2 camera angles when like there's blatantly one at the entrance. There's just so much. There's so fucking much that just makes you go, nah. I love the fact that like most of the normies are hopping on this though, I have to say. Let's see. All right, here real quick. Let's see what's going on here. I know that this isn't like that long. All right.
Fuck boy. So it wasn't like the most. It wasn't the most serious like accusation.
Okay, so this is the accusation that Vosh was a naughty boy. Exclusive report. A source whom I am keeping anonymous for obvious reasons has come forward regarding a popular leftist, socialist, and progressive streamer, Vosh. Vosh rose to prominence in 2019 after starting his own YouTube channel and YouTube and Twitch channels, having previously been part of a streamer Destiny's community under the alias Irish Laddie. According to a new report, the source stated in 2017, Vosh engaged in an sexual conversation with him, knowing he was a minor at the time. Vosh would have been 23 at the time. Vosh provided the shown screenshots. In 2021, Vosh faced backlash for controversial statements in 2019. Allegations of sexual harassment surfaced from explicit messages sent to a person named Poppy in Destiny's Discord. Seems kind of like this part, like the new accusation alone, I would have been all right. Like, and I would have taken it a lot more seriously if they didn't do this whole like preface here. But okay, I don't know, man. These hit pieces, they're coming out more and more, and it's ironic how like they're happening against Hassan, Vosh, like they're going for anything against leftist streamers. So be very careful with any of this shit, because I'll tell you what, BreadTube takes it and runs with it. So we have to be just question it. I mean, if he truly did this and he if he's proven to have committed this, then yeah, fuck him.
Kind of thing. However, there were like kind of an absurd amount of women that came out and said that he was telling them all that they were the only person he was talking to and getting them to send nudes and stuff. So kind of creepy behavior. So
That's
yeah,
that Hunter guy.
Though
Yeah.
we're not necessarily
okay. See,
Sarah Fields. All I could say is that she seemed right about that one. And
she reported on the Hunter thing too.
So she has a record of reporting things that were true, right?
Yeah.
So it gives
the horse thing is a little funny. I have to
credibility to this one here. So I guess
Jesus Christ.
this is worth mentioning. She's also a right-wing activist. So
Oh, fucking A. I hate admitting when something's a little bit funny from somebody that I'm not exactly like
certainly be some
crazy
political
about right now,
motivation.
but,
Although
hey,
Vosh isn't really that
funny's
big of
funny.
a deal. I don't see it.
right. And I
being
mean, I
like
think
a-
that's why she went after the Harry guy as well.
That's true. Yeah, both. Yeah.
I don't know, because like the fact that she's going after Harry and then Vosh and then like it seems like this is again, grain of salt this one.
But yeah, I mean,
because what would anyone gain to benefit from the benefit of getting rid of Hassan, Denims, Frogan, any left-wing streamer. It's almost like they're. It's almost like I don't know. It's almost like his. I would posit that Ethan is. I don't know. Has he talked to Mossad lately? Anybody have anything on that? Because that seems a little fucking sus as hell. That he's like he is the main. The main guy that they're using to try and take down every fucking leftist commentator. I don't know, man. I gotta say, the timing of this is sus as fuck.
With the Harry thing, it
really is.
All of those women were coming out on their own, and she basically contacted them all, got and compiled all of it into one place, and sort of, Whereas in this case, it's coming from an anonymous source.
Yeah. So Sarah Fields reports the following. Exclusive report.
2 minutes until the 420.
A source, who I'm keeping anonymous for obvious reasons, has come forward regarding the popular left-leaning socialist and progressive streamer Vosh. Vosh rose to prominence in 2019 after starting his own YouTube and Twitch channels, having previously been part of the streamer Destiny's community under the alias Irish Laddie. How is it that they all come from Destiny? And yet, they love to scream about how I'm so associated with Destiny. I'm sorry to break it to both of you scumbags, Son and Vosh, but I made it without putting Destiny's cock anywhere near my mouth. All on my own, baby. The only cock I put in my mouth was my own.
Whoa!
That's right.
Did you remove your ribs like Marilyn Manson?
Didn't need to.
Oh, wow.
Bro, you must...
Damn.
Good on you, man.
Damn. Okay.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
are a horse, so...
Most animals can lick their dick, I mean, if you think about it.
Can, though.
Yeah, we can fact check that for sure.
Olivia, let's.
Yeah, next H3 episode. I think the Epstein thing is a distraction. Yeah, dude. I swear to God, I wouldn't put it past him here. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on this one. I'm gonna cover this on Monday. This is gonna be the first segment that we're gonna cover. Because yeah, I think that needs to happen. Either that or oh, I hate to do this, but if we reach 800 by the end of this stream, which is literally in 1 minute, then I will do a Sunday stream because I have plans for tomorrow, so we could cover it on Sunday. Other than that, it'll be the first segment on Monday, so you guys will have to wait that extra day. But let's smoke for the 420 now. Cheers. Okay. Not to be a famous Vosh lore guy, but Destiny and Vosh did not get along. No, I know. I know. Again, if it's true, then yeah, it's kind of easy to just be like, all right, fuck this guy. But honestly, also seeing how there have been a lot of attempts to do this, and like this, it's the timing, man. And the fact that Ethan is the one that's being used to do it all, and the fact that he's conveniently only going after Vosh, Hassan, Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron. Yeah, she's not even fucking political, but then fucking Sean the Black. They're all bigger left-wing creators on the social media space. I wonder who in the fuck would be funding something like that? Fucking A. Don't mean to get conspiratorial, but anyway, I really do gotta go. As I said, I have a heart out, so I gotta get going here. But I appreciate you all joining me for stream today. As I said, well, unfortunately, it looks like we're just gonna have to wait till Monday. But look out for some content coming up during the weekend here. It's gonna be just some fun stuff that I recorded throughout the week. So yeah, I think we are good to go. Also, I'm gonna be debuting some of Kirk's new music. on Monday as well. He sent me a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, I'm about to go on vacation backcountry camping for 5 days, no signal, so I'll catch up with you in 6 days. Thank you for saying that, and thank you for joining us at the very end of stream. That was very, very, very good timing on your end. So awesome, Robin. Be safe. I hope that you guys have a really good time, and then yeah, definitely stop by afterwards, and we will celebrate your return. But all right, guys, I appreciate you, love you, and I will see you all next week. Take care.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.